Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, April the 16th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses and let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, William. Now, guys, I'm in this CGM short, not loving it. The spread tightened up a little bit for me. It gets anywhere close to 20, which is at 1989 right now. So I'm in this CGM short. I'm just having to watch it. Not a lot. I just wanted to see if it could really move down a lot. Obviously, it didn't take very much. I don't trade in the pre-market very often, but anyway, thank you, Torty, in our YouTube room. So, what else is happening? Yeah, Pali, 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 big. Oh, thank you, thank you, CJAM. Just as I'm talking about you, spread is still terrible. You know, that I've just got to pay attention to it. Okay, guys. So I've got it on my other monitor. So Pali, I think Pali had some news this morning, trading higher after the company announced the completion bioactivation of Pali, whatever. So PALI, huge move so far, 102%, crazy low float. Another one that was moving earlier, I don't know if it's still holding its gains. Another very low float, PRSO, excuse me, PRSO. So it hit 213, back down to 175. I think it had some news too, some kind of a new wave Wi-Fi solution. So at least they've got some news, okay? Yeah. Pali continues to move, guys, just making another new high. Uh, Morgan Stanley is an earnings play. MS is an earnings play. We got a bunch of the banks still earnings plays today. MS is an earnings play. A little bit like Goldman Sachs yesterday. Now the market is in for a mildly positive open, okay, after yesterday's disaster. So mildly positive open. And the Pac B, guys, obviously I'm paying attention to this CGEM, okay? I want to see that ask catch up to the bid where for me it's 1969, 1989 right now. So Pac B. So of course this was one of the ones that got absolutely hammered. How long ago is it now? A year ago, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, when all those regional banks just got hit. So this is just getting killed again. PACB, all-time low. WISA, WISA. Now, where are you? Where's WISA? Oh, right there, right in front of me here. So again, this is not 282 million in the float. Okay, they've actually done, believe it or not, 1-for-150 reverse split. So the float is more like 1.8 million right now. Okay, the provider is not adjusted yet. So I don't know why this is up. If there's any specific news about it, other than the fact they've done a reverse split. Sorry, guys, I'm just having to keep an eye on this. I wish I weren't in it now. The CGEM, ITCI, a more expensive one. I think they had some pretty good news. This is another bio after the company announced Luma Pepperone. How about that? Luma Pepperone, 42, etc. So it is a bio. Some good news about their drug. I think it's late stage too. Primary endpoint. I think it might have been late stage. But at any rate, ITCI, big move up here, 21%. Well, I can't be on mute because Torty said they could hear me and see my screen legal. So I'm just going to say no. Okay, come on. I'm just waiting on the CGEM, guys. I'm just waiting to see if this ask can catch up to the bid. Live Nation. I know there was some news about this one this morning. LYV. Again, this all to do with Ticketmaster and all. Could be facing an antitrust lawsuit. I think that Ovi said would be interested in this one if it took out the 200-day moving average, which was down here. 200-day moving average is 89.94, so very close, within a dollar. Now maybe it holds it. I think this DFL, yeah, DFLI didn't mention it, but okay, if you're into these ones that are under a dollar, this did pop after hours, up a little over a dollar after hours yesterday, 61 cents now. Oh boy, this MNDR. I mean, this just took out the post-market high, okay, of yesterday. Took out the post-market high of yesterday. Now, Casa mentioned one today. It is an IPO. Well, I don't know if it's 100% going to open today, but TWG, guys, I'll definitely be interested in this one. 2 million shares, $4 in China. Okay. So when TWG opens, I'll certainly be interested in it if it does, in fact, open today. And that is TWG. Why do I care? Well, look at the MNDR, Singapore stock, basically the same structure. A couple of million shares, IPO'd at 4. Look at it now. Not saying TWG is going to do the same thing, of course, but definitely want to be prepared for when it does open. I did have this YYAI. This is one that I took yesterday and bailed pretty soon. It really moved afterwards though. Let's see where it is. I don't see it anymore. I know it had a pretty good run pre-market at the beginning anyway. YYAI. Yeah, I mean it's come back, but it was up here. It was up to 269. Keep an eye on it. There's the high of yesterday, 226. It got higher than that. This is the post market. It got to 256, and that is the YYAI continuing, of course, to watch my CGEM. Again, I don't have that many shares. I have enough shares that if it, moved a couple of dollars, it'd be great. Okay, I heard gold. Okay, gold must be, so I don't think the precious metals are doing that well. I see gold. Now, gold is now, well, this is Barrick, of course, but let's take a look at GLD. GLD, maybe the precious metals are not doing, yeah, not really doing too much. This has been a sneaky one, guys. This TOON has been kind of sneaky, but here's not sneaking now. Look at this pop for tune. Excuse me. It's been pretty active the last 4 days. Yesterday, I got up to $2. All right. And the SPY is still kind of hanging tough. Very modest open, though, guys, after yesterday's shellacking that basically the market took. Virtually everything was down. All right, guys, I'm not liking now the bid is catching up to the ask here on the CGM. I may just bail. All right. First of all, I want to get what time is it now? 9:11. So let's take a look at these sectors before we open. These are the major sectors. I've got. So there's silver and there's gold. Okay, so silver and gold must be doing something. Oh, sorry. This is yesterday. This is yesterday. Give me a moment as I get the time frame live. Always. There we go. All right. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy, 85% in red. That means that 85% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. So energy's weak right now. As I say, we're in for a mildly positive open overall on the SPY, but certainly energy right now is weak. And I'm just looking over here, just trying to see if there's any kind of an anomaly. So when you look at energy, so EQT for whatever reason up just a little bit, counter to the rest of its sector buddies. You're not really seeing. What I'd love to see. Okay, for instance, here's materials. Okay, 79% are down from yesterday's close. If we saw, for instance, IP was up 2%. Okay, I mean it's only up 0.63%, but if it was up say 2%, that would be a real like that'd be very contrary to what the rest of the sector is doing. So that's what I would be looking at if it were up a bigger percent. So that's kind of what I'm looking at right now, guys. See if there's anything kind of contrary to what the its sector is doing. And I don't really see anything that's jumping out at me. But that's why I go through this exercise every morning. And the other thing I always want to do now, well, you know what? Maybe now start to take a look at the sectors and see what they're doing with respect to their 200-day moving averages. You know, as the market is starting to weaken somewhat, there's XL, there's utilities, XLU, and so you can see it's starting to drift down towards that 200-day moving average. Let's take a look at XLK technology. Probably still can't see the 200-day. Still cannot see it. Communications XLC. Still can't see it. I mean, it's obviously it's there. Just can't see it on this scale. Those are the two I really want to keep an eye on. You know, as they get closer and closer to the 200-day moving average, but they're still well above. I mean, 7160 still quite a bit above the 200-day moving average for XLC. CJC. So I'm just looking at CJC weakening, continuing to weaken. The cannabis plays hit their highs a few days ago, and now almost cut in half. Now look at CGC. CGC was up to 1160, 675 now. MITK is an earnings play, guys. Let's see how much volume. Not very much volume yet. MITK is an earnings play. Yeah, Pally is still hanging tough. Pally is still hanging tough. It hasn't given up too much yet. And up to 920. I mean, I suppose one could say 922 down to 842, but I'm looking more here, disregarding that topping tail. It's kind of hanging in this area. Another very low float. So Olin, so the question in our YouTube room is the screen layout available in the cloud? So I'm sharing these two scan. This is basically what you're looking for, okay? Okay, the pre-market actives up and down. So what I do is I don't actually share my entire layout. What I do is you can kind of cherry pick what you want. So I'll give you my homepage link and you can find my scans there. Just give me a moment. Not everybody wants absolutely everything that's in my layout. So kind of leave it up to you to kind of take what you want. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. If you scroll down a little bit and you see my scan. So this is what you see right here. Okay, my pre-market actives up and down. Now, I do have to forewarn you, these are top lists, okay? So when you load them from here, the pre-market actives up and down, you will more than likely, well, in fact, I know you will see them in this format, okay? Grid format, like this. If you want to see it like this, with the symbols displayed in this fashion, you have to right click on your top list window and click on show tree map, okay? And then that'll turn it to that display. And if you do not have that option, you have to download the latest beta. Okay, so if you right click on a top list window and you do not have that show tree map as an option, you have to download the latest beta. And so on my homepage, go to the top here where it says download and download beta. Okay. And I'll be getting rid of this layout soon, about 5 minutes from now. And I'll get the layout that I actually use when the market opens. And again, you will see a couple of scans that I'm still sharing. All right, guys, SPY starting to drift a little bit here. Now we have some guy talking at 9. Well, I don't know what he's saying. One of the Fed guys was talking at 9. What's his name? Jefferson. I don't know what he said. One of the Fed presidents. We have another guy at 12:30. Williams will talk. Another one of the Fed presidents. And then Mr. Powell will talk at 1:15. These are all times Eastern, of course. All right. The Better Choice Company, guys. BTTR on the move here. Look at this one go. BTTR. BTTR. Now coming into the 200-day moving average. BTTR on the move here. You can see it right there, just showed up. See if there's any specific news. Authorizes a $5 million stock repurchase program. And it's probably a very low float, crazy low float. Our provider has 351,000 in the float. It may not be exactly that low, but it's going to be low. We go to another website just to check. Actually, it is about the same. Yeah. Well, they've got 750,000. We've got 351,000. I mean, that's in the ballpark. I know you might say, well, that's double, but anything under a million shares is crazy, crazy low. I feel like I'm playing a game of chicken here with this CGM. I have to just watch to see how it opens. Anything over 20, of course, gets me out. I'm in this short, basically right where I shorted it. But the spread was a lot tighter when I did it. But c'est la vie. We'll see what happens once this market opens. I mean, it had good news, of course, but I was surprised to see there were that many shorts available. Interactive brokers over a million shares. So, oops. Okay, just give me a wow. I almost got out of it. The bid got up to 1994, and it pulled back. So I'm going to have to watch this on the open, guys. Is CGM time is it right now 9:22? So what I'm going to do? Yeah, I might bail. I just bailed on it, guys. Took a little loss on it. Just bailed. Morning, John. Mikhail, if I can pronounce that correctly. Mikhail. Now I'm still going to look at it later on for a potential short for the CGM, but right now I just bailed on it. I do not use level two data. No, I mean not the way you might think. I mean I've got level two. I mean I've got time and sales from interactive brokers, but do I pay a lot of attention to the size of the bid and the ask? No, but but again, if people are using level two and you can use it to your advantage, great. Not ever going to say don't use level two. I just not found it that worthwhile for me. That's all. You're going to go short. Well, okay. First of all, let me get my let me get the layout that I'm going to use once the market opens. Okay. So just give me a moment as I get my layout loaded. Okay, there we go. Okay, everything is loaded. So, well, MS is an earnings play. So, I mean, I mean, if you think the market is going to weaken, I mean, look what happened to Goldman Sachs yesterday. I mean, GS did almost the same thing that MS is doing in the pre-market, but is MS going to do the same as Goldman Sachs did yesterday? I don't know. I mean, right now it's a positive. That's a big move, 4% with 1.25 billion in the float. Certainly, I would wait for the market to open, but if the market weakens at all, you can probably think that MS is going to weaken. And as far as ITCI goes, ITCI again, that is did have some news. The news is obviously pretty positive. Did get up to 86 pre-market, and it is moving down now. But I mean, the news is positive. It is a lifetime high right now. When you look at the daily chart, okay, not looking at the pre-market, this is a lifetime high. So again, it's like anything else. You have to, I'd be waiting for the market to open to see what happens. But again, on meeting the main goal in its trial, is depression treatment. All right, guys. So as the SPY continues to weaken ahead of this open, now I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I know I will trade every now and then in the pre-market, and I decided to do in the CGM. I was hoping for a massive collapse. Maybe a couple of dollars didn't happen. Got out, small loss on the short. And again, I'll just bring this up again, this TWG. Massa pointed this one out. May or may not open today. TWG, 2 million, if it opens, 2 million shares. IPO priced at 4. It's a China stock, Hong Kong. Okay. And as you know, these things can go crazy the day of. So I have a price alert set. Oh, shoot. Now you do this to me. I'm looking at CGM now. Well, yeah, I mean, that's just my style, John, and anybody else listening. I'm not, of course, not telling anybody else to do the same thing I do in terms of, look at this now. This is what I wanted. I'm looking at the CGM now. I mean, it's still pretty risky in terms of the spread. I mean, look at that spread now, 1925, 1990. If that ask catches up to the, oh well, or the ask catches up to the bid. Yeah, I just don't like trading in the first 15. That's all. Too many things, too volatile for me. I've used to do it all the time, but I found that I was getting whipped out. No, it's sorry, the TWG captain. No, it has not starting to trade yet. It may trade today. I just all I did was I put a price alert here. Okay, went to my price alert, create a price alert. I've already done it. Put $1 in the notes. I put 2 million shares, $4, China. So when it starts trading, if it starts trading today, it'll pop up in my price alerts window. Okay. Okay, thank you, William. So less than a minute, guys. Yeah, less than a minute to the open. Let's have a great trading, everybody. Let me get rid of this. Let's get the pally up. Okay, in about 20 seconds, this market will open regular market hours, whatever that means, market opening. I mean, so much action in the pre-market now. All right, we are now open. This TNE, I had for some reason, I had a price alert. Must have set it a long time ago. Okay, we're in for well, the Dow is up, Nas is down a little, SPY is basically flat. So there's the ITCI. So it's making a market high. Okay, market high. And WISA, WISA. Again, they did a reverse split, 1 for 150 reverse split. All right, so Shady's taking CGEM long. If it hits 1990, which it just, wow, boy, look at that spread. I mean, crazy. 1931, 1970 right now. Crazy, crazy spread for something that is, how much has it traded so far? Yeah, 214,000. I mean, it's not a lot. 25 million in the float. That's probably one of the reasons. So it's a pretty tough spread right now. No, I don't have I don't have any spread filters, Mountain Monkey. I mean, we do have a spread filter, but I don't really use it. The problem with using it is that, I mean, the spread can change so rapidly, okay? But you are welcome to use it. Okay, and Marinus, this was a crazy one from yesterday. Got hit hard all the way down here. Let's see if it has a recovery. I'm going to stick an alert around 195. That's yesterday's high. Yeah, I mean, if we get the bid over $20, I'll probably be. I don't mind that CGM going long either. It's just that the spread, I got that spread has to tighten up for me. Meanwhile, Pally continues. Boy, look at this. Took out the pre-market high like nothing. All right, 1990. Now the spread is tightening up a little bit for the CGM. So now what Shady is saying is he'll take it if it hits 2005 with a stop at 1960. Just like to see that bid get over 20. Maybe 2010 that gets me in is what I'm talking about. 1996, 20. This is from Interactive Brokers, by the way. This blue screen I'm displaying, nothing to do with trade ideas. Interactive Brokers. It is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Meanwhile, USEG guys, USEG is on the move here. USEG is on the move. Oh, I should also mention if you have the AI guys, this is what all I would do. Okay, our premium service. This is what all I would do is click on new from our toolbar, pick the middle one right here, premium AI strategy trades window. Okay, there are three that start off with premium AI. Pick that middle one. This is the window that you'll see. There are no alerts that happen until at least 9:40. Okay, Eastern time, of course. Well, we got a bid now, 20 and 2002, 2002 for CGM. So at least the spread is tightened up. Well, briefly it did. Oh, look at the USCG guys, USCG. All right, guys. 2010 now bid ask for CGEM. All right, I'm in. Let's see what happens. I'm in with Shady now. And I don't like taking them in the first 15 typically, but all right, guys. Rent now. This has, of course, been a wild one for the last 4 or 5 days. Rent right at the 200-day moving average. Look at rent right at the 200-day moving average. Again, rent right at that 200-day moving average, 1667. So it's a little bit below. Cracks that if it does want to keep going through that 200-day moving average. The next high is 2252. Again, not saying it's going to get there, of course. Yeah, SPY's getting ugly again, guys. Yes, yeah. So watch your longs if you're in like a Morgan Stanley. Now let's see if Morgan Stanley is dropping with the market. And the answer is yes. So, that's what I was saying. I mean, Morgan Stanley will be affected by the market, and the market's doing this. Morgan Stanley is doing the same thing, even though it's had a great reaction to earnings. And we have a halt now. Pally probably halted on the way down. Yeah. So Pally, wow, look at this. Pally's halting on the way, halted on the way down. No shorts available for me at Interactive Broker. So you can't see the symbol here, but it is Pally, P-A-L-I, and there's the halt price at 818. This column here is showing where the potential open is, okay? Now, typically they are 5-minute halts. So if it is a 5-minute halt, this will open at 9:43 plus 37 seconds. Let me get the browser interface going here. All right. Well, CGEM bucking the trend, of course, the trend being down. All right, guys, I am looking to just watching this CGEM at 2051 on the bid. Let's take a look on the monthly chart. So, I mean, it's got, I don't know where the next, all right, guys, I am taking a look on the monthly chart. The next high is 2382 on the monthly. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but 2392 actually, to be exact. Okay, guys, because of this market, I offloaded some in the 40s, okay, just because of what's happening with this market. That is the CGM. Excuse me, I put an alert at the high here and see if it takes that out. Wow, look at rent. It was just a little early for me to take this one, but I mean, look at rent. Hey, I'm out of the CGM completely, guys. I just don't trust what's happening in the market, of course. So out of the CGM completely. May look at it again later, but I'm out of it completely. Mention the rent on maybe taking out that 200-day moving average. I did not take it, but there it goes. Again, very, very. I mean, it had earnings here. This is a on the April 11th had earnings, and of course, since then it has been super active. WISA, WISA. Let's see. Yeah, so remember, guys, so I don't know if there's any okay, there is okay, they actually did have some news, all right, announced his fourth license with major TV brand. Okay, they do have some news, but remember, they did a 1 for 150 reverse split. So now give me a moment. Okay, so our split has now been adjusted, okay? I'm sorry, our split, our float has now been adjusted. I asked them, so that's a little more in line with what the float is, 1.38 million, okay? All right, CTNM. So this is a fairly new, I guess, an IPO or a SPAC that turned into CTM, CTNM. The high. Let me see what the all-time high is. If it's saying no, yeah, maybe this is a. I don't know if this is an IPO. NN guys, NN, Next Nav Inc. NN. So this is on the move here, but looking left, looks like on the monthly chart anyway. Let me back to a weekly chart and see what sort of resistance there might be. Could have some resistance right around 8. Toon time, TOON. Very, very choppy. Look at these topping tails. So I do not like to trade in the first 15 usually. I mean, look at these topping tails. Up, big sell off, up, big sell off. There was an IPO. Thank you, Casa. Okay. IPO at 16. So still hanging around the IPO price. I do see that our AI has WISA, WISA. Again, just be really careful. Okay. It is a 1 for 150 reverse split today. So the float is extremely low. And a little bit of coffee pour. I did shop. I did break my Yeah, it worked out okay, but not, nothing spectacular for the CGEM. Well, so far, ITCI is still ripping here, guys. So there's the pre-market high of around 86.83. Take a look exactly what it was. 86.86 was the pre-market high. Yes, there was a there was a trade of the week. I think it triggered yesterday briefly. It was HYMC. Didn't get the email, Kevin. Triggered briefly yesterday, and with the market now. I mean, I would, I will, I'm sure that Steve would have rather have gone cash this week, but hard to come up with one. Yeah, check your spam or check if you have Gmail. Check your promotions folder. Okay, definitely came out. Yeah, CJAM. Well, sort of a no man's land. I mean, to me now it looks like a like the short I wanted in the pre-market. Okay, guys. So there's the WISA going, and now if you took it, 338 is your next high looking left on the daily chart. So any Bitcoin experts out there? So as Pepe said yesterday, the halving event is on the 19th. So there's the WISA guys. So again, the next high looking left is 338. There was the AI alert. I don't mind pointing it out now. 277, 320 now. I hate JAGX. I hate it, Kuda. I'll put it up. Man, what are you doing looking at these stocks? Anyway, I'm just kidding you, of course, but up 54%, probably a ton of volume. 122 million shares have traded, 274 million in the float. I have no idea. See, I have no idea how it affected it in the past. I'm more interested in the Mara and the Riot because those are the ones really affected. Okay, but I don't know how Bitcoin itself will be affected. But I'm kind of more interested in how Riot and Mara, what they'll do afterwards. The miners. But I have no knowledge of what happened to the halving event last time. That's why I was kind of calling on the Bitcoin experts who might be in the room. I'll bet. No, so here's another one. So this is another one of those. Yeah, this is a remember this one at SXTC was an absolute crazy one. Not here. I'd have to go back a long ways. But look at this thing. Look at this thing go now. Another crazy low float. All these ones under a million. We've never used to see stocks under a million in the float. And if you're looking for news, you probably will not find any for SXTC. I'm gonna have to rename this. Okay, I'm really gonna have to rename this. All so what I have to share is the Halts resumes. Okay, this I'm not sharing yet. I can give you the link. I don't. When I say not sharing, it's not on my homepage yet because too complicated. If people load this and they don't get the display like this. Okay, this is a top list window. Okay, so if you loaded it, if you don't have this option, any top list window, okay? Any top list window, if I right click and you do not see this option that says show tree map, then you have to be on the latest beta, okay? So, I mean, I can give you this, but you have to be on the latest beta in order to see it presented like this. And the Halls Resumes is on my homepage, so I can give this to you. Where are you? Okay, so you can have this, but so what I'm doing, this link here is for this is what you see right here, okay? But again, if you do not have the latest beta loaded, then you will not get the presentation that looks like this, okay? You have to, if you right click on your top list window, any top list window, okay? If you do not have this option that says show tree map, then you have to download the latest beta. And as far as the halts resumes is concerned, you can have it if you go to my homepage. I go over, what time is it now? 9:54. In about 20 minutes, I go over all this. But here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, just give me a moment. Just click on my homepage link. And this is what you're going to see. So if you scroll down a little bit, excuse me, the center section, click here. And there's the, excuse me, there's the Halts Resumes is over here. Halts Resumes. I have other scans that I'm sharing that are on my other monitors. I will go over that in a while. Okay. All right. So the only glimmer of hope we've got here on the SPY are these big bottoming tails. Okay. This, well, especially this one. So, I mean, the sellers tried to knock this down to 502. The buyers are stepping in for a while anyway. Okay. Meanwhile, guys, ITCI just made another high here. ITCI made another high. And this is also from our AI guys. It's just modestly up from the AI alert, but pre-market high was way up here at almost $87. All right, we are now, of course, way over 15 minutes in. So now we really start to look at things that maybe have settled down just a little bit. Here's one from yesterday, guys. I think the RZLT from yesterday had a big day yesterday, sold off, but it's above. Well, yesterday's high was 350 or so. So will it get above that again? Yes, it did. Just did. Just did. Probably a low float. Well, I'm not sure that the price gets cut in half. I don't. That's not the. I don't think that the price of Bitcoin gets cut in half. That's not what the halving event means. I don't think anyway. Yeah, it's the miners. Okay, it's the miners that are susceptible. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Yeah, it's the amount of new coins it can mine get cut in half. That's what it's all about. I say I have so little knowledge of all this, but I know the big event is on the 19th. So that's why I'm sort of interested to see what happens with. Hey guys, better now. Better is moving back here. Had a big pop in the pre-market up to 930. Okay, we have another halt here. Well, the BTTR just got halted. Now, is this the first halt? Yes, it is. So sometimes what I do is on the first halt. So there's the halt for, again, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay. This is what this blue screen is. Nothing to do with trade ideas. So if it pops above the halt price and then comes down below the halt price when it resumes and then pops above the halt price again, I may take the trade. I'm not suggesting you guys do the same, but that's what I'm kind of looking at. Sometimes the first halt, if it does that, can really run. No guarantees, of course, but and back just got halted. BACK just got halted on the way down, I guess. Yes, shooting star. Okay, I usually talk. Well, I'll talk about it right now. 10:01. So yes, we do have a test drive coming up, and included in the test drive is the contest. So let me just go over this quickly. Starts on Friday. Just give me a moment, and I'll. So here's the link. So clicking on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. Okay, so the test drive starts on Friday. Okay, so what does it mean exactly? So if I scroll down here, so the test drive starts on the 19th, which is Friday. We probably be live at about 4 a.m. Eastern time in the morning. Okay, something triggered here. Ooh. And it runs to the Monday, April 29th inclusive. That's about 10 days with trade ideas. Okay, it'll cost you $7.77 to take part in the test drive. Now, if you're a standard subscriber, you can also take part in the test drive. It'll cost you 777. We'll upgrade you to premium for the duration of the test drive. Now, please listen carefully. When the test drive is over, it's over. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay. Common question. What happens when it's over? Do I have to unsubscribe from anything? No. Okay. We do not put you into a subscription. The other thing is, again, please listen carefully. If you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre registering. You will get no live data until Friday. Okay. So please don't ask questions of our support people saying, hey, I just signed up. Where's my data? Okay. So that's number one. Number two, during the test drive, we're also having the contest, the trading contest. That'll run from the Tuesday to Thursday. And it's a trading contest. Whoever makes the most money in those 3 days will win a $2,400 Amazon gift card. Okay. And if you're a premium subscriber, you're automatically entered into contest. If you don't have to get into it, but why not? Okay. So that's what the test drive is all about. It's a combination of the test drive plus the contest. I think we've had four of these contests, or well, for me anyway, a lot of fun. I display the leaderboard, the top 10, and it's an amazing how the gyrations that happen amongst the top 10 over the course of 3 days. All right, guys. Now I have to get rid of this. Unfortunately, I don't know. I say this every day. I'm on a development version of this, and the problem is that these time frames are not adjusting correctly. So, I mean, I've got a 15-minute. Normally, you get the picture in picture. You can pick a time frame. You got daily, monthly, but unfortunately, because I'm on this development version, it's not working the way it's supposed to. Yeah. So the question in our YouTube room is, when our AI exit signals an exit reason, do you know what that means? A lot of times it's some kind of an algo that triggers. Okay. So if you're talking about the WISA, the WISA, first of all, if I had taken WISA, I would never have allowed it to go back down to 302 before I got out. Okay. Here was your alert at 277. It gets up to 335. The AI got out on some kind of an algo at 302. I would never have allowed that. So I'm always saying, for me anyway, the most effective use of the AI is to manage the exits on your own. Okay. But it is some kind of an algo that kicks in. And, I don't know what the math is. Picture in picture is not working on your version, the latest beta? Really? For sure? 100%? Can somebody else confirm that? Maybe Pepe, if you, yeah, I don't know if you have the latest beta because it's always worked for me. It's just I'm on a development version, which is way ahead of the beta version. So what happens? First of all, do you have the icon in the upper right hand corner of your? Okay. So what happens? So obviously you've checked use browser interface, right? You do have that option. Talking to Leon in our main room. You do have that option that says, excuse me, use browser interface. Okay. And do you have that little icon, the little chart icon with a little with that I'm pointing to in the upper right hand corner? Tools, options, charts. Well, let's see. I mean, mine is probably enable or yeah, use picture in picture browser charts by default. Maybe you have to do that. I have no idea what this means. Right edge padding. Maybe that's it, Leon. I normally just do it manually if I want it. Ooh, I don't want them all though. See, I don't want them all. Okay, good. It didn't affect all. Just so again, the question is, do you have that little chart still? A little picture in picture chart. And when you click on it, maybe it's just slow. Sometimes it's slow. That's the only thing I can think of. And then that little tiny right arrow. Again, I can't. Well, maybe I can. Let's see if that. Yeah, you see it. What I want, of course, I don't want a 15-minute because I've got 15 here. I want to get to another one. I'm just waiting for the time frames to show up. For the test drive, I will have to get off this development version, because I'll have to be able to demonstrate what picture in picture looks like. And right now I can't. Oh, well, I forgot all about better. So what did it do? What did it do? Did it I don't think it did it get below the first halt at 932? I don't think it did it? Yeah, it is so whippy. I mean, that was like just watching it. I was like 30 cents in a nanosecond. Oh, only new charts. Okay, thank you, Pepe. See, I don't even get the time frame right now, so I'm just going to have to. I'm going to tomorrow. I will have the other an earlier development version. Okay, Bob S. In our YouTube room asked where you can find my scanner. So, oops, wrong link. Just give me a moment. All right. So, clicking on my homepage link, and what time is it now? You know what? Maybe I'll go over it now. I usually wait about till 9:20, but may as well go over it now. What you'll find on my homepage. Okay. So, quickly though, you're looking for my scanners. Here they are, midsection. Here are my scanners that I'm currently sharing. Okay. So let me go over what you. Wow, look at that batter. I did it ever get down below the 732 when it resumed? Because that would have been my trigger to get in. But anyway, so I am not sharing on my homepage. I can give you this. Anybody listening, I can give you this. The relative strength leaders from the close. It's not on my homepage yet. The reason being is that this is a top list window. Okay, so if I right click on it. And you'll see there's an option that says show tree map. If you right click on your top list window, any top list window, and excuse me, and you do not have this option that says show tree map, this is the typical presentation of a grid of the top list in grid format. We came up with the tree map presentation a little while ago. So if you don't have that option, you have to then on my homepage go to the top where it says download and download beta. Okay, download beta. And then that will give you that option. It says show tree map. Now, if you don't care about that, fine. If you like the presentation like this, grid format, fine. I don't. I personally love the tree map, but up to you. Okay. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here is a promo code you can use. Barry15, that'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Run you the first 10 short videos. First one is your download and install, first startup and login, important introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay. You have to do that first. I mean, it is a software program. There is a learning curve, of course. What we've tried to do here is look at all the major aspects of trade ideas in 10 short videos. Okay. If you are new to Trading 101, this is free. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, he put this together. It's about 38 odd videos, and it's all free. Okay. If you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. Give me one moment, guys. Okay, so JD, you didn't take the CGM, right? It did not trigger for you, right? The last time you talked about CGM, it didn't trigger, right? Well, I'll wait for his if he's got me on mute. I don't know. So, stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. Trade of the week, you can also sign up for it here. This is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. Before I look at the education section and my scan. So all I ask is this: if you are going to take out a subscription at some point in the future, please use my promo code. This is a free room, and the way we keep it free is every time people use my promo code to take out a subscription, the room basically gets credit for the subscription. Okay. And that's how we can keep the room free. This is the education section right here. We have a great user guide. A lot of questions I get over the course of the day, like how do I create a symbol list or a watch list? How do I put sound alerts on my windows? How to do a price alert on a chart. A lot of it is in the guide, okay? And if it's major enough, it's going to have its own section. So right at the very beginning, again, the getting started, hammering that point home. You must do the getting started. This is more detailed information about what an alert window is, a top list window. You want to find more about stock racing right here. I use price alerts all the time. Okay, but obviously there is a lot more in this guide. It's a typical software program with a lot in the guide. You do not have to learn everything. So if you're looking at this, thinking for the first time looking at this, thinking, man, this is a complicated program. It isn't really. You don't have to learn everything. Okay, there's certain aspects you have to learn, and that's about it. Getting started again. Now, I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Now, normally on Tuesdays, Michael Noss takes over for me. However, he did have a child last week, a little girl last week. So I'm not sure. I think he might be still off this week. So, but I'll confirm that. Okay. So I will confirm that before I do take my break. Somebody else will take over. Okay. I don't hear Shady talking to me. So I took a short on CGM. Okay, guys. But I didn't want to. I'm assuming he did. I'm assuming it did not trigger for him. The last time he mentioned it, I think he was going to go long over 20. I was watching. This is what I wanted it to do in the pre-market. So I'm waiting on the 19. I don't like to go against somebody, of course, if they're going long, but I couldn't quite tell if it had triggered. Okay, I didn't see that. Thank you, William. Okay, now my scans, guys. You're looking for my scans. Here they are. So the middle section, you have my click on my homepage link. The middle section, there are the scans that I am currently sharing. So this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. So again, these are top list windows. So if you load these, they'll be in the grid format. Okay, I don't use it in the grid format anymore. I use it in the tree map format. Okay, you don't have to though. Here's the halt resumes over here. You'll hear me talk about combo scan a lot. There's only one so far right here. This is it on the bottom right here. The combo scan is right here. Abnormal option activity. I have that one open also. And I also have the breakouts and the breakdowns open. You can have them. Okay. You don't have to, but that's what I like to see. Okay, Shady, I didn't see that. So, definitely do not want to go against a fellow trader. Somebody's going long. I don't want to yell that I'm going short. So, okay, so you are out. That's fine. But this is what I wanted to happen in the pre-market, to be honest. The CGM, this is what I really wanted to happen. Here earlier, I took a little loss on it in the pre-market, a little bit on the pop-up. But, I kept watching this underneath 20, 20, 20, and it just didn't seem to want to go. So anyway, Meanwhile, what's the overall market doing? Oh, we're in a bit of a chop fest right now, guys. That was a pretty dreary opening 15-minute candle. Another one that was red all the way down here. Buyers stepped in, closed it up here. Buyers kept moving it higher. Buyers kept moving it higher, but the sellers now have stepped in. So definitely a battle going on today. Okay. Is it halted? It is halted. Yes. So this is going to be more than a wow. This is halted for a long time, Mark. This is halted for a long time. This got halted at 9:51. Unless this resumed and halted again, that I don't see here. Sometimes that happens, but I don't think so because there's the halt price. Typically, they are 5-minute halts, but obviously this is a lot longer. This got halted at 9:51. That's 19 seconds, and we are now at 10:22. So this is going to be way longer. So again, if you're new, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner, a real-time alert machine, guys. That's what we're really, really good at. Real-time alerting. Yes, it is empty. Yes, eyes, it is empty today so far. Abnormal option scan is empty. Yes, nothing is triggering yet. Happens. So this is an example of a scanner, okay? Again, I'm sharing this one, the momentum scan on my homepage. If I right click on it and click on configure, and click on summary. So this is what the scan is looking for. This is the screening aspect. A lot of screening programs out there, but what we are excellent at is real-time alerting. We have, of course, can screen also, but we're excellent at real-time alerting. So if in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. This is time of day sensitive. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 400% in the last 5 minutes, etc. All of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day. We get a real-time alert. That's why we're seeing ATHE. Okay, it's just triggering. Every time it made a new high, you can see what was happening from 258 up to 268. And these are all real-time alerts. Okay. So if you like the scan as it is, of course you can have it. But if you want to make a change, for instance, maybe you don't like the price range, maybe you don't like something else about it, you can of course make a change to it. I'm not forcing anybody to trade, exactly the way I do. You might have your own idea about what you like to see. Now, if you want to make your own scans, of course you can. This time I'm going to click on search. So you can see right at the very top, the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But if I scroll down, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. Now, if you're looking at this for the first time, and I'm going to keep scrolling down, these are our filters, our screeners. Don't be looking at this and thinking, man, this is way too difficult. How am I possibly going to learn all this? Well, the good news is you don't have to. Okay. The only reason we have so many real time alerts and all these different filters and screeners is because when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to build a scan. So with all the different trading styles and thousands of customers, they had to create. I wasn't when I say we, I wasn't with them then, but they had to create a lot of different real time alerts and filters in order to satisfy all of our customers. But you don't have to learn them all. I, for one, only use these two. Okay. Now, does that mean the rest of them are no good? No. It just means that for my trading style, all I care about is the new high and the new low of the day for my trading style. Your trading style might be very different, and maybe you want to take advantage. Maybe you love 75% pullbacks from the lows. Maybe you like that. Okay. And again, with the filters, I only use a handful of them. I only care about price range, a minimum volume, relative volume. That's about it. But again, doesn't mean the rest of the filters that I don't use are no good. It just means, they're not, they don't, I don't need them for my trading style. Okay. Meanwhile, SXTC obviously came alive after a long, long halt. Now, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay, guys. So if you have questions, and first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen. I'm live on the mic. So if you have any questions, you can ask me questions all day long. Yeah, don't feel that you're interrupting me. I mean, if I can't answer immediately because I'm in some kind of a wild type trade, I'll tell you. Otherwise, I can certainly try to help. All right. Here you go, Grumpy. Last little bit of the coffee. I don't know why Grumpy likes that, but it likes to hear the sound of my coffee pouring. Oh, thank you, John. I appreciate that. Trade of the week. Any thoughts? Well, I mean, it triggered yesterday, but obviously it is below the trigger price. What was the trigger price? Yeah, I mean, I'd be leaving it alone. I mean, I just don't think that right now it's tough. I mean, it's too way too choppy. I mean, what was the trigger? It was 410 or something like that. Above four, yeah. So I mean, listen, it's up to you. I mean, there's a lot of bottoming tails, but I'm not in love with this one. I mean, this is one of those. I mean, it's a precious metal play. Okay, so take a look at SLV. What is SLV doing? I mean, there's SLV. Basically, it's a silver play. That's what HYMC is. So, unless silver all of a sudden starts rocking, I just be leaving it alone. Not that they've got anything. I mean, I hate to be. I mean, HYMC. I mean, it's they're trying to develop a silver mine somewhere, but that's all I would be doing. I'd be looking at silver, see if it has any sort of a pop. But right now, it isn't. It's not. So it is really basically tracking the sector. Okay. Okay, guys. Now I am an intraday trader. Okay. However you want to label me. So my main goal every single day, and if you're an intraday trader, also day trader, but even if you're a swing trader, your main goal should be to find stocks that are trading abnormally. Why do you want to get into something that's not trading abnormally? Get into something and it just sits there all day long. Doesn't make any sense to me why anybody would want to do that if you are an intraday trader. So this screen that you see here certainly zeroes in on stocks that are trading abnormally. There's no way a stock can be up 133% or 74% or 57%, even, 14%, unless it's trading somewhat abnormally. Well, this is really abnormal, of course. So if you look at SXTC, I mean, look at the relative volume, 32. That means it's trading 32 times normal up to this time of day that it normally does. Okay. Now I'm not going against Shady here on the SXTC. It did not trigger for him. I'm assuming it'll trigger at 1960. So I'm still in this short. I'm wanting to see if it can take out 19. I may start to cover some down here. Well, okay, I thought it was more of a, but HYMC doesn't have anything really. This is just a meme stock in my opinion, but if you're saying it's more of a gold mine, okay. It's a development of gold and silver properties. What's gold doing? GLD, same. It's not nothing. So I mean, it's a precious. Call it a precious metal play. Then all right. So again, if you're looking for stocks that are trading abnormally, you can go. I mean, if that's all you wanted to do was to have this particular scan, then you're kind of new to trading. You know what? This is probably all you need to look at all day long. And what happens is sometimes a stock comes out of nowhere, and you'll just start to see it and start to float up, something that we haven't seen all day. Especially in the afternoon, we can get some really, really interesting looks in the afternoon. Well, and then meanwhile, here, guys. So here's your market. So yeah, I mean, we are going to test 500. That's for sure. Well, not for sure, but it looks like we are going to test 500. Okay, guys. Now NXL. Let's take a look at NXL. Oh wow, moving down on that halt. Now, another way I find stocks that are really trading abnormally, not that we're getting anything really today, and I won't trade Eric. Eric has got so many in the float, but well, there's the ITCI, okay. But again, this is a tough day to go long anything. I know it's got great news and all, but it's a pretty tough day to go long anything. We always like to say, I mean, we don't want to find the alpha stocks that are basically trading on their own, not caring that much what the market's doing within reason. But there's a lot of nervousness right now in the market. And then I also look at the 10-day daily breakout and the breakdowns. Okay, don't get too many alerts here. And that keeps me busy. Okay, this window right here, this screen right here, this keeps me busy all day long. All right, CGEM. I know Shady's not in this. Okay, so CGEM breaking down through 19. Maybe he'll have. He talks at what 115. Yeah, I think he talks at 115. So we have a couple of Fed guys. Okay, so at 12:30, another one of the Fed presidents talks at 12:30. Williams, Barkin at 1 o'clock, and then Powell will have a speech at 1:15. Yeah, maybe he'll have some smoothing words like, you know what, we're going to reduce interest rates next time. Well, CGM is treating me pretty nicely now. I mean, now we're at we're below the pre-market lows. So I'm not saying but there's your next low down here. I'm not saying, of course, it's going to get down here. I mean, it did have some news, and it looked pretty good, and that's why it popped up. I mean, it's still up 14%. Now it gets back up to the 19 area. I will certainly cover some. I think Shady's on this short for GL. I don't know where he is on it, but I am pretty darn choppy. Just Yee. Give me a moment, guys. Give me one moment, guys. Okay, guys. As I indicated, I will. Wow, there's the packs. This is one I'm still so interested in potentially swing trading. So as I mentioned, with the CGM getting up to the 19, so I have covered a lot of it now. Okay, I don't have very much left, just in case it does take out 19 again. So this is this IPO from a couple of days ago, 3 days ago, I guess. A lot of big guys in it. I've been holding off because of the market conditions, to be honest. Otherwise, I probably would have taken this one, somewhere around here and put a couple of dollar stop on it and just see what happens. I think this is a buyout, guys. Yeah, this MCBC is a buyout. That's why it's flatlining right across here. This is a buyout. Okay, so how is this PRSO doing? It had a massive move in the pre-market and probably a big pullback. Very choppy. I can't, when I say choppy, guys, just look at all these topping tails and bottoming tails in the 15-minute chart. People ask, well, why do we use a 15-minute chart? You're a day trader. Why aren't you using a 2 or a 5? And that's fine. I used to. But I am, I for the years and years now, I use a 15-minute chart, tends to smooth things out. But when you see topping tails and bottoming tails like this on a 15, I just can't get my head around it to try to trade it. Not until, maybe if later on, maybe if it took out the high of the day, later on in the day. So why don't I just put an alert up here? All right, guys. So WISA is coming back here. WISO is actually coming back. Now, bit of an anomaly with our AI. Actually, it triggered again with another strategy. So if you have the AI, you should know what I'm talking about. Triggered earlier at 9:40, right? That's the earliest you'll get an AI alert. And it did extremely well. And then it pulled back. And then another AI strategy triggered it. And it's moving nicely from that one also. So if you miss it the first time, you could have got it the second time. I'm not in WISA. I'm not in the WISA. We've got three trades today, all the same stock, CGM. One in the pre-market, one after the market opened, and then of course the short that I've covered most of it just around the 19 mark. All right, shall we keep an eye on YYAI? Now this is the one that changed their name, or there's whoops, he's got the right symbol in. Change symbol so they could take advantage of calling themselves with AI. I saw this one yesterday towards the end of the day. Got a little profit on it. I got a little didn't hold on though, and then man, after hours, I got up to 255. I think I got in around 205, 208. I think I accidentally shut down something. Just give me a moment. Nope. All right, guys. Let's see. 10:45. Well, so a while before I take my break. I saw this. I don't this KBWB. So this is shorting, I guess, the regional banks, or maybe not. Looks like this is sort of a regional bank ETF. Maybe that CGM will crack 19 again. Well, there's the WISA guys. So good on you for taking it. I did not take the WISA, WISA. 385 though is your next high looking left. So this is what I'm talking about from the AI guys. You see, we had an alert for Visa at 9:40. The entry was 277. I mean, before it pulled back, yeah, it got up to well, I'm not sure what it got up to, but then it pulled back, and then another AI strategy kicked in at 10:30 at 302. Okay, so you missed it the first time. There it is again. And both great percentage moves. And again, if you have our AI, this is all I would do. Click on new, and then this center one here, premium AI strategy trades window. I would not overcomplicate it. Okay. Yeah, you can go to our channel, the AI channel, but you'll get a lot of stuff that, quite frankly, I think it's just going to overcomplicate things. So just have this window, in my opinion, but you do what you want to do. And then you just wait for the alerts to happen. The earliest alert will be at 9:40. That you don't necessarily get one at 9:40, but that will be the earliest. AI does not trigger at all in the pre-market nor in the post-market. And there's nothing for you to do. You just wait for the alerts to happen. In other words, there's no settings, or just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay, just out of curiosity, I want to see what Mara is doing. Mara, what is it doing ahead of the big event? So it is still fading, fading, fading. It'll be very interesting to see what happens to Mara once the Bitcoin halving event is over on the 19th, and it affects the miners in a big way, obviously. Okay, I know you can hear the drone of my computer every now and then. So look at Morgan Stanley, actually. So Morgan Stanley reacted exactly to the market at the very beginning, but it is sort of tracking the market. It's an earnings play for Morgan Stanley, but you can see there was the opening 15-minute candle in the SPY. There was the opening for the for Morgan Stanley, and then look at a couple of green candles, a couple of green candles. But you know what? Didn't get the big giant red candle. You got a little one. So Morgan Stanley is actually fairly strong. Well, I mean, okay. I mean, I know you're saying let's see if it runs to six, but the next high looking left for WISA is 384. Okay. That will be your next level of concern if you're in it. Concern. I mean, there's your next high looking left. After that, if it can somehow take that out, then you've got a little over four. All right. What's this one doing? Ship. Ugly. Look at this daily chart. Another ugly, ugly looking daily chart. So you wonder now, if you're wondering, well, why did I click on it? I didn't know it was going to be this ugly. Okay. But look at all these topping tails and bottoming tails. So now 906 is the next high. So I mean, look, the next high after that is around 940. But I just, it's just for me, it's just too erratic. It's had a great 30-minute run. All right, guys, I haven't had too many new alerts in the last little bit that I'm interested in anyway. I'm going to keep perusing this. IGC, let's take a look at IGC. What is it doing? That's why it's under, well, again, I show these. I know some of you don't mind trading stocks under a dollar. I don't trade stocks under a dollar, but I will show them. Some of you don't mind that. And if you have this one, if you have this one from me and you don't want to see stocks under a dollar, all you have to do is right click, configure, and summary, and click and just put $1 in the min. If that's what you want to do. Okay. I only do this because I know there are some who don't mind. And so I will display them from time to time. Well, if I see them here, I'll display it. So this got pretty ugly. So you can see what bitter did. BTTR, I know it's better, but pretty bitter now. Got right into the 200-day moving average. It's never shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but it got right into that 200-day moving average, that blue line you see in my daily chart. You can see that topping tail, and that basically stopped it. So if you were in this trade earlier, you should have been aware of this. All right. Well, keep an eye now, guys, on, yeah, maybe BRTX. If it can take this area out, this 165, 166, it did hit 215 or so in the pre market. So keep an eye in this area right here. See if it really gains some traction. First of all, where is, okay, the VWAP is at 167. So it must take out the VWAP also. So I'm going to stick an alert around 172. All right. It's got to get above that VWAP for me to be interested. And you know what? There's a 200-day moving average at 198. So, it'll be now I know it popped above that in the pre-market, but you could get stuck between the VWAP and the 200 days. So I'm not so sure I want this one. What do I think of Indo? That was a big one yesterday, of course. Don't see Indo. I was looking to see if Indo's anywhere here. So it's obviously not up much. At least I can't see it, but I'll take a look at it. I mean, Indo was up big yesterday, of course. Probably was. Now there's the BRTX, but wish it weren't. I wish the 200-day. I mean, it may not stall it, but give me a moment as I find my change symbol. So I mean, it's okay. It's an energy play, right? I mean, there was no reason for it to do what it did yesterday, as dramatically. It's still down quite a bit, though. It's down 5%, 5.8%. I have no feel for it really. I mean, what's XLE doing? Just, I mean, not that this is so small. Well, there's XLE. So maybe it's running a little bit with the energy sector. Maybe. The high yesterday was 667. Low float. All right, guys. Well, all I have right now is still a little bit of my CGEM short, seeing if it can take out 19 again. Well, there's the SXTC back again after these big bottoming tails. So, sellers tried to knock it down many, many times. But on the other hand, the buyers had it up here and the sellers knocked it down. Sellers knocked it down. The buyers took over. So there's a war right now. I mean, to me, it's just too difficult to figure out which direction it wants to go. It's such a low float. A little China Pharma, probably absolutely no news on it that we can find. You know what? I may have to see. That's the problem with my using the browser interface, guys. My computer, it seems to tax as the day goes on, sort of tax my computer. You start to hear that little whine. Yeah. So again, I'm backing off this BRTX, guys. I mean, there's the VWAP is here, and then the 200-day is a little bit above, 30 cents above. Now, look, if it took out the VWAP in around 30 cents, that'd be awesome. But I'd rather it have more. I'd rather that VWAP weren't in the way. Well, if I shut down trade ideas, you don't hear it at all, Uvi. It's all trade ideas. I'm streaming to the room and to YouTube. I've got my brokerage platform going. I've got trade ideas going. So there's a lot happening. But if I shut down trade ideas, you don't hear a thing. I'm beating the dog. Oh man, look at that PAX, PACS, PACS. Now, when you say stage one, Leon, by the way, I'm just seeing that's about an hour, no, half an hour ago. HYMC popped new stage analysis scanner by Michael Noss at stage one, not stage one pharma. You're talking about the HYMC. Remember Edible yesterday? Now, this one actually I wanted to short yesterday, and there were no shorts available. There are 1,300 now, but having a little bit of a pop. But I just cannot get too interested in these little ones right now. Okay, guys. Well, unfortunately, I did not take this one, but look at the YYAI. YYAI on the move here now. YYAI on the move. Mentioned it just a little while back, right around here. Wow, what a great move now. Approaching the high up here of 268. That is the pre-market high. Let me put a price alert up here and see if it takes out that pre-market high. And it started trading as YYAI yesterday. We have no news on this one. It was trading as CNXA, okay, CNXA, and they decided to change their symbol, same company, but change their symbol to make sure we get AI in our symbol name. Wonder why they did that. Only if Y ends in at the end of a of a word. Yes. YYAI. All right, guys. Well, again, things have settled down for me quite a bit now. I'm not seeing too many new alerts coming through. I mean, the YYAI was pretty good over $2. Okay, now look, ITCI has a shot here, maybe. I know, especially if the market stops moving down. I mean, this is trading on its own, had news, trading on its own. If it can take out 81.84, which is the high, okay, the high. But remember, in the pre-market, it did get up, and I don't know how many shares it traded up here, but it did get up to 86.86. So there is still room that other traders may be looking at this and saying, okay, takes out the high of the day, which is right here, 81.85. Maybe it has a shot, to get kind of close to the high in the pre-market. But I'm not anticipating it's going to happen. I'm not going to take the trade now. I'm going to wait to see, first of all, if it gets up there, and then I'll make up my mind. Well, here we go. Okay, so it's right there now. Now, 81.79, 81. Okay, not a okay. The spread tightened a bit. Just give me a moment here. See if we get a bid of 82. So break that whole number. Kind of like that. Okay, give me a moment, guys. All right. Well, let's see if we can run here a little bit. Just watching it now, I'm looking to, maybe take some profit. I don't know. I mean, 82.68, 82.83 on the ITCI. Love to see an 83 on this for the ITCI. It's got to have that bid catch up to the ask. All right, guys. Well, I took and I've taken most of it off. Only made a bit. Got a little greedy. Could have made a little bit more, but I mean, I'm looking. I was hoping to get an 83 break. I didn't get it. Okay, I'm all out of it now, guy. Totally out of it. Little disappointing. It had a great pop, almost say 83. I'll look at it again. Okay, here we go. TWG just open. Now, did it open over 4? Yes. All right, guys. This is an IPO out of Hong Kong. Okay. And it probably just got halted. Shoot. It just got halted. I just got halted. I wanted to take this one. I would have taken, no, it opened over the IPO price of 4, but it got halted almost immediately. Casa, did you act on it as quickly as you could have possibly done? Because look at this now. So I am going to be watching this one all day now, guys. There's the halt price at 550. The potential open is 6. Okay, now um, somebody's asking about China. Well, let's take a look at KWEB. I don't know. See if KWEB is moving. No, so far, I mean, KWEB's doing nothing. Somebody asked about China expectation or GDP beating expectations. Well, right now, I mean, China is doing nothing unless it just happened now that they made an announcement like that. But in fact, Asia markets in red, tracking global stock sell-off, and despite strong GDP growth in China. So there's a headline for you. Oh, I thought you did, Casa. I thought you would trade on the day of, depending on what happens, of course. Okay, guys, I want to find out who's going to be taking over for me in about 45 minutes. So again, what I'd love to see. Okay, there's the potential open 589. I'd love to see, maybe it opens here, but then it drops down below 550, and then it pops through 550 again. That is that will more than likely get me into the trade. Okay, not telling you guys to do the same thing. No, no, no. Listen, totally up to you, Black Experience. Okay, I'm not. I'm not ever going to tell people to do that. Ah, I got a little jumpy on the ITCI. Well, it is moving now. There's the 83 that I wanted. Shoot. Oh well. Who does he think he is? FDR. Hopefully somebody gets that reference about Powell. All right. Well, this is not looking as good now. I mean, there's the potential open now for TWG. But if it does open around here a little bit low and then it pops through 550, could get me in. This is not a suggestion to do the same thing. It's very risky, guy. There it is. Okay, just opened, and way below, way below. Okay, so not as interested now. I will put an alert up here at the high here and see if it takes it out later on in the day, but this is not as good. Meanwhile, Wisa, yeah, congrats anybody who held that. No, that got downright ugly. No, I'm sorry, wrong symbol. I thought it was down at three something. Wow, Wisa. Good for you guys who held on. I'm actually looking now for a potential entry. I have no idea where that could be. Maybe a pull. No, the VWAP is way down here. Look at the ITCI. Well, if you took it and you held it, unlike myself, good one. It's another one from our AI guys. Oh, stop it, computer. Jeez. All right. Well, here's what the market is trying to do anyway. After that giant red candle here, trying to have a little bit of a recovery. 1118 now, so Still some time for this candle to close. Let's see if it can close green. Ah, all right. Well, I have a little bit of the CJAM left. I don't think it triggered for you, right, Shady? I don't think it triggered. Lisa just made another new high, or briefly made another new high. So there is your next level. Okay, 414. The next one to maybe stall it takes that out. Next high is 445 on the daily chart. Okay, so I just got a confirmation. So it'll be Chris again in our YouTube room, guys. Chris Varley. He'll step in for Michael. He was in yesterday. So those of you who know Chris, he'll be sitting in for me between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. Wow, we saw now, guys. Testing that 4 now. So let's take a look. Here's the AI in action, 940 entry, 277. You know, even if you took some out that first time, could have got back in, and a completely different strategy from the AI that alerted 1030. Okay, guys. Wow, through 4 now. Again, 4. I think, what did I say? 414 was the next high, so it's through that. The next high is 445. I'm not saying it's getting there, but I might have to do a reboot of my not of trade ideas, guys. It's driving me crazy. This whining. Oh, it's yeah. I mean, dip buyer. Nobody is saying anything good about the company. Okay, this is. I mean, they did a reverse split today, 1 for 150 reverse split. So let's put that into some kind of perspective. I mean, without that reverse split, this is a 2.8 cent stock, right? Okay, a 1 for 150 reverse split today. Wow. Well, again, so now your next high is 445. What did it get up to? Got up to 438. Takes out 445. Your next high is 465. Just looking at this daily chart. Look at the volume, 79 million. Craziness. The relative volume is only trading 620 times normal. Okay. The float of is about 1.8 million, Sandy. Okay. That is the float. Maybe 1.3 million. Under 2 million. How's that? Really disappointed in this one. I was hoping this one would just rip the TWG. The interesting thing about WISA too is look at the volume. So, here's the biggest volume bar. Typically, the biggest volume bar of the day is that opening 15-minute candle. Okay. Yeah, just divide that by 150, Sandy. They haven't adjusted for the reverse split. So divide that 225 by 150. Mhm. Just give me a moment, please. I want to see if maybe something else is. You know what it is? It says, and I cannot get rid of it. It's the anti-malware that is always, and I can't seem to get rid of it. Pepe, how do I get rid of it? Every time I try to get rid of it, end the task. It says you're not allowed. Operation cannot be completed. It's as if they're really suggesting don't do it, because that's exactly the reason I can tell. Because I'm sure the reason they don't want me to get rid of it is they're saying, well, you know what, this is for your protection. But I mean, it just goes crazy. And I see right now it's at 0%. You don't hear a thing. And then all of a sudden it'll pop up to 10, 20%. So I think that is, I got to figure out how to get rid of it if it's okay to do it. So And where do I find that services tab? Not in the task manager, right? Oh, yes, services right there. Aha, it's not there. Yeah, it is not there in the services tab. Yeah. See, I'm here. Nothing here on the anti. Oh well, I'll try to figure it out. There must be somewhere in YouTube that tells me how to get rid of it. Anyway, CJAM, yes. Have a little bit left. What AV program do I use? I have no idea. Sorry, guys, for sort of hijacking. So, how do I know what AV program I'm using? I see what you mean. Sort of exempted out, whitelisted. Okay. All right, guys. Well, look, yeah, it happens every time I click on an alert. It's almost like, okay, we want to make sure whatever you're loading in trade ideas is okay. Okay. Looks like the WISA, it could be over, guys. Could be over. WISA could be over. Okay, here's this crazy one. ZJYL. Okay, ZJYL. So look at the daily on this and look left. 443 looks like the next high looking left, and then 479. If I can get through all of that, I mean, this is a really wild one, though. Even though the float is, it's not crazy low. It's 37 million in the float. It's not one of these sub 1 million, but it has some crazy action. You can see a few weeks ago got up to 25. Even the ITCI though, guys, look at that. I mean, it came up to went popped through 83, right back down to 82, not sustaining. All right, PACS has got me interested again. It's hovering around this 25 mark. You can see what it's doing. IPO'd 3 days ago. A lot of big names in it. Is it in the startup tab? Well, that's a good question. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just some internal discussion happening. I'm just following it. Sorry. I'm going to do this when I'm on my break. Okay, so far, that 500 level so far has been defended. Yeah, it's bad today. This is the worst day in a while. Some days it actually kind of whispers along, so I don't know what's going on today. Anyway, I don't want to dumb. I'm going to figure out when I'm on my break. Try to. No, there's the PRSO guys. Now the PRSO. I have an alert set there. That's taking out the high of the day now. Now the next high looking left is 219. Can't even see it on the weekly chart. I have to. I might even put myself on mute. I can't yet. Like for you guys, it's bad. I'm sitting right beside it. So, all right, guys. PRSO. Keep an eye on this one as it makes a new high. I wish it was. Actually wish it was happening later on in the day. Okay. Well, if it's not too bad, okay. I'll. Okay. I have a couple of alerts now for the TWG. No idea, Ovi. No idea. All I know is it's my anti-malware. Because if I showed you that program, it goes from like 0 to 10, 15, and then it stops. But listen, well, I don't want to dominate the room talking about my computer issues, okay? So I have an alert for TWG just in case it gets back up to 527 and then maybe makes a run at the high of the day later on, just in case. But you know what? It is really leading me to believe that it's not the China stocks so much, it's the Singaporean stocks for some reason that are the that are the wild ones now. Not so much China anymore, it's Singapore. All right, David, thank you for that. Web root, okay. Oh, I'd pay for it. I mean, if it was worth it, I don't care. I mean, look how erratic this PRSO is, guys. I mean, big pop up there, now big pullback. Look at these topping tails. I mean, the only thing you can say positively about it is the trend is up. Okay, guys, I'm out of the CGEM, okay? Completely out of it now. Got down to 1844 or so, started to move higher. So I'm out of the CG, so I'm in nothing right now as we speak. Okay, guys, 11:42. Chris says he'll be in the room, in their YouTube room, relieving me at about 5 to 12 Eastern time. So another 10 minutes or so. Now, the WISA might not be over, especially later on in the day. You know, if it takes out this high, I mean, what I'd like, well, if you're in it right now, I know you want to keep it moving higher, but if it just sort of bases a bit, if that's possible for this one to do it, And then later on in the afternoon, it gets rolling again with the big volume coming in. Now that used to be an issue with Crow Movie. I remember that when we had the old Omni room or Omnivia room. That used to be a big. I used to have to tell people yeah, the browser hardware acceleration. Yes, I'll take a look. And all these notes I'm scratching down. Thank you, though. Nike. What is happening with Nike? Why Nike? NKE? I mean, if Nike can get above, yeah, 95 or so, I don't know if you're looking at it long term, but had earnings, I believe. Well, yeah, you can see right off the bat that it had earnings. Well, there's the PAX at 25. I just small pop on guidance. Okay, so there's okay with the PAX. They're also talking about they closed the initial public raising 450 million full option exercise. So that's obviously the. I mean, that's the good news. The thermal paste. Okay, I'm going to fly one of you guys out here. Okay, you can do it all. Give you a weekend in Vancouver. Okay, guys, I'm just looking to see if anything else is kind of Jan. Okay, I see Jan one. Haven't seen that one. I think somebody mentioned it. Jan. So that's all I'm doing. I'm just looking to see if there's something here that I haven't seen earlier. And we've got well, there's the Victor. So VCTR. It's a 10-day daily break. Look at this move it's had. And this is an all-time high. So this is an all-time high, guys. VCTR is an all-time high. So I see. Okay, Adidas, as they would say in France. So Adidas raising their guidance. So sympathy move, I guess, for Nike. All right, guys, look at this. Really moving here now. The VCTR. Bit of a spread issue, 44.23, 44.47, but this is an all-time high now for VCTR. Obviously, unfortunately, it's a chase right now, but let's see if it pulls back at all. What is the VWAP? The VWAP is at 43.80, so let's see if it pulls back to 44. Well, you're right. It is moving now on no volume. You're right. The initial 11 o'clock, most of the volume is at 11 o'clock, 667,000 shares at 11. So, yeah, you're right. Not moving, not very much volume. So, consequently, it's hard to trust it. A lot of shares available to short, 2.5 million. All right, guys, 11:50 in about 5 minutes. I think Chris said he'll be taking over for me. So, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put the announcement in here. I'll wait for him to show up. I think he said he'll show up at about 5 to the hour. So he told me. So, look at WISA, guys. WISA is right back up now. Not quite at the high of the day. So yeah, I mean, there's the high of the day right up here. Is well, it's it. In fact, it just it just broke through it. Just broke through the high of the day in a pretty big way. So now your next high to look at is 480. 480. It's right there. Takes that out. The next high, 518. And this is the day of the reverse split. Man. I mean, they did have some little news on it, but I mean, guess what? This news they knew, before they did the reverse split. But I mean, look, they did the right thing. They do the reverse split. They put out any sort of news they can, and this is what can happen. Okay, guys, I'm going to put the YouTube link in to the main room. I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. And the volume is, the volume is still good. You really haven't had a massive drop off in the volume. And look at the SPY guys. Now, anybody talking right now? I don't think so. I think at 12:15, right? Yeah, somebody's at 12:30. Somebody's talking. One of the Fed presidents is talking at 12:30. And then somebody's talking at 1. Make sure I'm right. Yeah, somebody. So we've got Williams at 12:30. We've got Barkin at 1. And then we got Powell at 1:15. So they're all talking. Okay. You don't like the guy, do you, William? But yeah, look at the market react. I mean, I don't know what's happening again. Nobody's talking right now. No numbers have come out that I'm aware of. Easing of tension somewhere. I don't know. And there he is, right on. Man, you said you were going to be there at 5:02, and here you are. Okay, guys, Chris is in our YouTube room right now, so I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. I'll see you guys at about 1 o'clock. Mr. Viley, double duty.
Double duty.
Double duty.
I'm getting a lot of live time this week.
Mm-hmm. How about WISA? Did you get into WISA?
No. I can't trade right now, Barry. It's literally impossible for me.
Oh, okay. Then I won't bring it up ever again.
Nah, that's all right. That's all right.
Till the day you come in and say, "Man, I made a great trade in something," and then I can say, "Okay, great."
Yeah, but, I saw it, and it was like my attention could only be half there, and it's one of those. You know how it is. It's one of those ones you can't take your eye off of it, or you could wind up in a world of hurt. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's like pretty amazing. I mean, they did the reverse split today, 1 for 150 today, and then they actually came out with a little bit of news. So, the promoters did the right thing. I mean, they came out with news the day of the reverse split. I mean, this news was known before they did the reverse split. Let's not kid ourselves. They're not like oh man, we did a reverse split, and guess what? We've got this great news today that we didn't know yesterday. Anywho, okay, Chris.
But, listen, how you spin it, right? Like anything else.
Exactly. Okay, thanks a lot for spelling me again.
You got it. We'll see you in about an hour, Barry.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, everybody. So hopefully you're not getting sick of me. Did my normal slot yesterday. Filled in last Tuesday for Michael. Filling in this Tuesday for Michael. Taking so much needed family time, appropriate needed family time, all that stuff like that. So. Same as yesterday. No pre-done content on this for those of you that are new. My name is Chris Varley. Do usually just the Monday 12 o'clock support sessions Eastern time here with Trade Ideas. Again, filling in for Mr. Michael Noss today on Tuesday. It's open forum. I don't have any pre-done content. Look for you folks to drive the content with your questions and comments. And as I often say and beat the drum over and over again, often the questions you have are similar or the same as questions other folks have, and it drives good content and question back and forth, that kind of community feeling here that we strive for with Trade Ideas and the software, and trying to get everybody, in the direction of the goals that they're looking for. So, of course, if nobody has any questions for me, I'll peruse around the market, some scans, some thoughts, and things like that. Keep it interesting and informative, mostly software related. Other than that, I will look for your questions. Is it a good dip buy? No idea. I have no idea if that's a good dip buy. Sorry. I'm guessing you're talking about the Dow Jones, unless DJT is actually a symbol. Oh, Donald Trump Media. Is it a good dip buy? I don't think so. I mean, I don't really know, but how long has this thing been around for? I mean, it looks like the definition of a falling knife or a crashing stock at this point. So, I mean, is it a good dip buy? I would refer to what I would say to myself when I'm looking at a stock that's pulling back and wondering if I should be getting in it. What does the trading plan say? If you don't have a trading plan, then it's not any sort of a buy, whether it's a dip buy or any other kind of buy. Just based on the chart patterns and stuff here, I think I'm guessing it's all news driven and stuff like that. I don't think there's any real technicals to be had in this, with the exception of maybe some hold number psychology technical analysis on it. Obviously, getting rejected off that 80 back there, 60 here, 60 again here. So you can see kind of the whole number psychology play out on those numbers there. But outside of that, I don't think there's really much of a technical edge on this other than, it is breaking down. And, will it continue to break down? I just really, of course, like anybody else, I wouldn't be able to say. But the first thing in order for a stock to go up, the first thing it has to do is stop going down. So this hasn't stopped going down right to this very minute. So until that starts to happen, Newton's law of motion, body in motion, or Newton's law of motion, body in motion will remain in motion unless acted upon by another force. So you're going to need some kind of force to stop this sell off here before moving through. It used to be DWAC. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah. All right. Yeah. When I look at the chart like that, that makes sense on those spikes there. Got it. So yeah, I would just say for the moment, the trend is clearly down over the last 20 days or whatever, or 15 trading days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 trading days. Trend is clearly down. It's going to need to break that trend. And, speaking, let's call it from a personal standpoint of what I'd be looking for, I'd need to see it consolidate this way a little bit and start to make maybe kind of a rounded bottom and a case for itself to head back north on the charts. I'd want to see something, putting in some candles like this and then maybe start to base itself that way before I could consider a chart that looks like that. So, yeah, that's what I got. Can I show review Holly alerts from yesterday and today? Yeah, I got them up here. So I guess we'll start with today. WISA, Barry alluded to that. Obviously, I got a price alert right there. I was watching it. I just my duties and support here have really left me unable to do anything in the market at this point. So with that said, things that I would be looking at, the first thing I like to think about with Holly is it's an alert window like any other alert window. It just happens to give you a suggested stop price to make you think about risk management. Let's put this on let's show the AI trades here so we can get some more visualizations. Hold on, give me another second here. Let me make sure I put, yeah, I know. Put this browser interface up here too. All right. So, right here, we're looking at a low of the day stop. For some people, that's, too wide. Other people, that might be right. But the idea is this, especially for newer traders. Generally speaking, the last thing on newer traders' minds is what they're doing if the trade doesn't work, right? They're all thinking about is making money. And what trading and risk management really is how to not lose money, actually, and set yourself up in the best possible risk reward scenario. So you get this alert. It comes in under that 3 number. First alert looks like 9:40 in the morning. And that's the breakout long. We see it's gapped up. It's moving up. It's now taken out high of the day. And so, looking like an okay entry, especially against that risk reward there at that time period. From there, you have to really decide how you want to manage a trade after that, because, Holly's going to be time stops, profit saves, and reduce risks, essentially, right? So there's no hard and fast target to say get in or get out, right? the only thing you got is the downside stop risk. So, I'd be considering things like that, and, have a plan on how you want to manage this trade, not just to blindly follow. So it's WISA. It's alerted twice in there, using the same stop, actually kind of interesting. Both are using, looks like, low of the day as the stop, but a much higher risk to the reward ratio here versus this first alert has a much nicer reward to risk ratio. Let's take a look at ITCI, excuse me. So breakout long again. We've got something similar going on here. Big gap up. Get in it a little later than the 940 alert from WISA. Again, low of the day being the stop here. And you got that $80 hole number that you're dealing with there, right? Yeah, $80 hole number that you're dealing with right there. So, aside from throwing in that Holly stop, which is $5, which is quite a bit, you also have to consider that gap up, right? I mean, that's an incredible gap up as well. So is $5 really that huge of a stop when you're comparing, exactly what the stock has done? I don't think it's, that crazy in that sense. All the same, you get that, that quality signal here, and you just, got to decide what's the risk formula, what's the risk plan for yourself, and taking some guidance from that on that there. Short on MITK. So this is a second mouse gets the cheese type of trade, or a trade around, if you will. The alert gets called here, kind of, when it was reversing, actually. So kind of a tough entry here, because, you bottomed out here and you got the alert here as it was pulling itself back up. Just stops you out there, moves sideways before really moving up. And this is where it becomes real important to stop, right? So you get stopped out here, right? And it continues that way. Now imagine not having taken that stop, and it continues that way, and then continues to continue that way, right? Not going to feel real good. There's no way to predict that was going on. But Holly also can make a good watch list, and those that are patient can be rewarded with that, quote, second mouse gets the cheese situation. You come back here, break through the stop, right? Back down this way, and then eventually breaking through the original entry, and trade's looking okay right now. So, those are the things that the patience of a trader, having a trading plan, leveraging that against a high quality signal, leveraging that against other risk management suggestions, and starting to think to yourself, does that make sense to me? If you don't have a plan of your own, right, this is how you can begin to formulate one. Last but not least, on today, USEG. Interesting here. Sorry, let me get rid of those drawings there. This would be one I'd be really weary of coming in for an alert from anything, right? Because you get this, you got this chart that doesn't look, like it's traded a whole bunch through here, right? So it's kind of a scattered chart, all scat-like. And then you get the gap up today in this huge bottoming shadow, or huge topping shadow, excuse me, here, before getting that signal. So you've got, probably bag holders are sitting up here ready to dump their shares as they come back up on that there. So that would be something where I think you really got to be a little extra patient with something like that, and not just run right into a trade like that. So that covers that. I will move into some of yesterday's alerts in a moment here, but let me answer Hayes. Is trade ideas useful for scalping? Well, yeah. Do you have a scalping plan though? That would be the first question, right? It's useful for any time frame for the most part. But if you just, there isn't a scan that says, hey, everything that comes from here is a scalp. There isn't a scan that says, hey, everything that comes from here is a swing idea, right? It's what you're building, looking for, and making of it. So, someone that's looking at, scalping, let's say from, the long side here, let me bring over a configure window on the alerts, ask yourself, is it a new high that you're looking to get scalped? It's breaking a new high and you want to get, 2, 3, 4 cents off that new high, right? As an alert on the filters. Let me just show some filters. What are you looking for on the filter side of things? Is there a price range of scalps that you want to look at? Is there some kind of volume metrics? You know, do you need a high relative volume, or do you want to see just a 1 minute pump in volume, 5 minute pump in volume, or 1 and 5 together, or 1 and 10 together? You know, you can combo those different ways. You have some change filters. You want to see a quick spike over the last minute or 2 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, so on and so forth. So, there's no one way to do it as far as the scalp kind of trading goes. It's going to be what you're looking for in the scalp, building the scan accordingly to that, and then seeing what is alerted from that scan and any adjustments you may want to make along the way with that scan. So those are the preliminary ways that I would be looking at and addressing something like that as far as the usage of the software. Can you do MACD crosses? Are they accurate? We have just some alerts for MACD. There we go. So you have just these ones here. That's it. I don't use MACD. I've never used MACD. I understand, just enough of it to pass a CMT exam. So, are they accurate? I would believe so. I've never tested them. I've also never had people coming in and telling me they're not inaccurate over the last 4 years. So, yeah, that's what we have to offer. These are not configurable or customizable. It's simply add this alert. You can couple it with filters, of course. So if the alert of the cross is made while your filters are satisfied, so perhaps on an alert like this, you're not going to want to go too crazy with filters. Maybe there's a certain price range you want to see, maybe a certain position and range you might want to see, something like that. But when you have a very specific alert like this, I don't think it's necessary / I don't think you want to eliminate too many stocks other than things you would never want to see in general. So that's where I would that's what I would have as far as comments on the MACD or MACD, whatever people like to call it these days. You're welcome, Hayes. And Hayes, if you have other specific questions regarding that or some thoughts behind something, you want to throw something out there to mess around on building scan, same thing, Nathaniel. Don't be shy. Don't hesitate. We could walk through some of those things and scenarios, filters, alerts, so on and so forth, right? First thing on some of these kinds of questions, what I like to do is let's bring up, some preliminary thoughts that I have behind it, things that would stand out right away in directions that you would want to go. From there, some people just kind of take it and run on their own. I don't really hear from them again. And some people want to poke and prod and get a little more down and into it and grind away on a few other things. So don't feel like, I asked one question and I'll just let it go from there. Make sure you get the help that you can. If I don't have an answer for you, I'll simply tell you I don't have an answer on that, but I'll have you drop me an email as a reminder so I can do a little research and see if I can't get either a answer or a better answer than what I've been able to do with you here live. And that goes for everybody, of course. That goes for everybody. Anybody with any questions on the software here. I would never pretend like I know it all. The more I learn, the less I know, I find. So with that said, I guess we could look at a couple of AI signals from yesterday. Let's see here. So INFA. So it was a short signal that seemed to work real well. I don't know. There's a whole lot to comment on that. It was a weekday in the market. Stock opened weak. Just a nice short signal here. And again, you didn't have to go rushing into this signal. Oops, that's not what I want to do. Well, kind of what I want to do, but not really. I just like to, pound the table about how patience is a virtue well rewarded in life, and it's even more well rewarded in trading. Those that rush into things, especially without plans, you're going to find yourself challenged. Certainly going to find yourself challenged. Unless obviously you have a trading plan, it works and it requires quick reaction, quick entries into alerts, quick entries into stocks and things like that. People with trading plans, they've got their trading plans. They're set to go. They might just be looking for help on a scan or something like that. Outside of that, though, I a lot of the times, or a cliche saying is, a lot of money is made, in between the moves and in sitting in the waiting. So, with that said, here, you've got this 5-minute candle. What am I doing here? And then we start to see breakdown on this 5-minute candle before we get a real beautiful release here. So that was INFA, long side RZLT. So an interesting one here. You get a gap up. This is a tough trader, though. Look at these bottoming shadows, topping shadows, so on and so forth. So you got that buy signal here at about 9:45, 9:44. Look at that. 9:44 and change Eastern. Again, this is one you could take a little bit of time to have gotten in, I think. And you had time before it started to run away. This is also going to be one of those stocks that you did not want to enter and walk away and go to the bathroom or make a sandwich or anything like that, especially when you see these topping and bottoming shadows going on like that. LOGI. Logitech. This is from the short side here. And doesn't look like it did a whole lot at the onset of the trade. I don't know if it was a profit saver or reduced risk that it got out on. But it ended up working out later in the day. Never really came close to stopping you out. And kind of just sat there above and below that signal line. So again, patience. And the patience reason for this is, do you want your money tied up in something that's just going to continue to run sideways for a while? Some people have the capital. They can allow that to happen. Some people do not have the capital and cannot allow that to happen. So those are things that I think are very important to consider here on an entry. And again, patience. It seems to be the theme here on everything. EGIO from the long side. So stock had been in an uptrend. $21 alert call piles right up over 22. This is, again, not something you want to have taken your eye off of. While you didn't have a ton of time. That's not true. Actually, you had time to get in this, but here's where it becomes really tough, right? Signal gets called, shoots right by it. This candle opens here, shoots way up, pulls down. This candle opens here, shoots way up, but closes here. The next candle opens up here, drops, right? So this was very tough. This would have been a very, 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 very tough trader. Just looking at this here from today, only 164,000, about to be 165,000 shares traded on it shortly, I'm sure. When you've got stocks that have that kind of low liquidity, regardless that the relative volume is kicking at a decent number, and I'm sure it was kicking much nicer yesterday looking at these volume bars, those are the ones you're going to want to be real careful, because this is very typical to see that kind of price action on those kinds of stocks with that kind of liquidity and volume. And we'll go last but not least on the AI alerts here. Along in PLL, and again, same kind of theme here with these topping shadows. So, you could have taken an entry here, sure, but this was a second mouse gets the cheese kind of thing again. Well, I don't know. Do we reserve the second mouse gets the cheese for? I guess we'll call the trade arounds on the stop outs, and the second mouse gets the cheese on just a patient entry essentially. And this thing never took off insanely. That's not true. That is a pretty good move off that. All the same here. You came down. You tested that entry level again, right? Before getting a nice lift off of it again. So again, I don't think there was one of these that was a nice tradable one that you had to rush into it and otherwise you missed the opportunity. So I think I cannot stress enough how important patience and trading plan are from going over those alerts. Hopefully you found that helpful. Get that back on real time. And then let's see. Thinking a way to show stocks that were strong but pulled back, but now looking to bounce. So yeah, you got those MACD alerts in there, and you could experiment and play around with those for sure, Nathaniel, and see if there's anything that comes through that really piques your interest as far as what you were looking for in your trading plan. Timo, can you show how to bring up the scanner with the squares in most squares in? Not sure what maybe you're talking about the tree map. So if you're looking for tree maps, you have to be on version of the software 5.6.79, our latest beta. So if you go to help and about, here you'll see the version. I'm several ahead because I'm beta testing things that are coming down the pipe. You'd need that, and then you can do that with any top list afterwards. It has to be a scan that has a T in the top left corner, and if you right click and go tree map, you'll see it like that. I think that's what you mean by the squares. I'm not a big tree map person, to be honest. I like my grids, but that's how you do that. So you just got to be on the latest and greatest beta version. If you're unsure what to do for getting that beta version, you would head here on our download page that I'm sharing the link with you currently. So that link will take you to our download page, get the beta version, and like I said, right click, show tree map, and that will get you the squares. I'm fairly certain that's what you're asking for. WISA being bought like crazy today because of great news. Yeah, I guess, the news certainly playing a role in it. Yep, absolutely, Peter. Great analysis. All right, glad you found that helpful as far as the AI goes. And look, I see every email that comes into Trade Ideas, at least to our support inboxes, whether you're hitting us at support@trade-ideas.com or info@trade-ideas.com or hello@trade-ideas.com. All three of those email addresses come to eventually filter the same box. I see them all. And so I see people all the time, Holly was so great 3 weeks ago and she hasn't had a good alert now. And, Holly's only making good alerts to the short side when the long alert's coming. The algorithms see what the algorithms see. They don't change in the sense of, they optimize, but if they're not seeing anything, they're simply not seeing anything. And, there's nothing's going to work out to be a great trade every time. There's no system that's giving you 100% trades every time. But, if you look over the balance of time here, more often than not, you're finding some quality alerts that some alpha could be made in, and then you find some real bangers like WISA is doing today. It's obviously an unbelievable move on it. You find some bad alerts too, and that's just the ebb and flow of it, that the way it goes. I'd say, the two biggest things with Holly for me anyways, the first one is like I just said, patience, patience, right? And having that trading plan, you get a stop shoved in your face every single time. And so, if you're taking trade after trade and you're letting it blow by your stops in general, there's nothing anybody could do to help you in that regard. You really gotta knuckle down on yourself and stick to a stop and a trading plan, and whether it's Holly stop or you start to formulate something of your own and test it and do that work on your own while using the Holly alerts, that's up to you. The other thing about Holly, especially for people like me, and also I'll say newer traders, although it's not like I've been trading for 30 years or something like that. I still consider myself to the newer side of things anyways. But, you typically will see 3 to 10 alerts from Holly a day. There's days you're going to see 1 or 2. Sure. Are there days you're going to see 13 or 14? Sure. But, that in between area of that 3 to 10, it makes it so you're not seeing 1,000 alerts a day. Your head isn't being pulled in every direction, back and forth to this screen and that screen and this scan and that scan, and having a little more of a narrowed focus, I think, is extremely important. or you'll end up like a chicken with their head cut off, like I was for so long, trying to, oh, this scans to this scans to that. Oh, no, got to go back to this topless. Oh, wait, now I'm seeing this out of this alert window. You see my layout here. This is my scanning layout, and even this is, I'll call it much for me. I try to fill the screen, especially for when I'm doing live support. Nobody wants to see blank areas on someone's screen for the most part. So, but, generally what's coming out of this scan is pretty similar to what's coming out of this scan. And this scan will usually match up with either one of these or both of these as well. So it's not like there's a whole lot of difference. I'm looking at all these different things. I'm looking, I got Holly here, and I'm looking at these three, but that's really it. And I'm not really scanning anywhere else. I very, very simple layout. I don't want too much clogging my brain and flustering me. Just not one of those kinds of people that can do that, at least not with the trading part of it, walking and chewing gum. Not for all of us, and me as well. I'm one of those people. That's just the way that's the way it is. And to the mental aspect of trading, it's knowing yourself is very important. If you're not someone who's fast and rapid and high paced, you're not going to want to trade low floaters that are moving at incredible speeds, or you're unlikely to anyways. On the flip side, if you're someone who's just, you're kind of impatient, you don't want to sit in stocks real long, you want to get in and get out and move forward and things like that, you may find yourself on, struggling on swing trading and trying to hold those positions and letting your winners run and having those deeper stops with smaller position size, things that swing traders do a lot. So, and it's not to say that you can't grow as a human being and grow as a trader and begin to test and implement strategies and plans around those things. But what I am saying is it's important to recognize who and where you are and how to leverage those parts of your personality and yourself. And you can apply that to anything in life, I think, anyways. Reading a great book recommended by Michael, Best Loser Wins. It's recommended looking at 5-10 minute chart. Your opinion? I don't look at 10-minute charts. It doesn't serve me any purpose. I like the 5-minute charts. I use those. Just a personal preference. That's all. I'm sure whoever wrote the book has a reason behind the 10-minute charts. Your reason for using their reason with using a 10-minute chart doesn't line up with your reason for the chart timeframes you like, then so be it. Doesn't make anybody right or wrong. It's just simply what makes up a market, right? Is the different tools and usages and interpretations of data and time frames and indicators and so on and so forth. So I personally am a fan of 5 and 3 minute charts on my intraday trading. I don't use a 10-minute chart on anything. I don't intend to. That doesn't mean in 5 years, I don't know, maybe I'm using 10-minute charts exclusively. I have no idea. But for the moment, what I'm doing, doesn't require it. So again, like anything else, I always say to myself, how does this apply to me? If it doesn't, and I don't see a reason to explore it further, it's noted, and kind of move on from there in that regard. So Hayes chiming in, great book. So if it's coming from Michael, I'm gonna take your word that it's a good book. He knows his stuff with trading, man. There's Michael's someone that's just really one of those real straight shooter people that hard to find that quality these days in a world full of clickbait and all that kind of stuff like that. So Michael's a real one. Michael's a special one without any question. So I think I think we're caught up on the questions here. If I missed, I'm sorry, I'm scrolling back through it. We started with the DJT. We covered that with Jay. We talked about the Holly alerts. We talked about scalping. We talked about MACD. We talked about what I believe was a question about the tree maps in the book. So, all right, I think we're caught up here. And please, folks, keep the questions coming. I really, I enjoy when we have this back and forth like this. Keeps the juices flowing, and I feel like everybody's benefiting from it, which I think is as important as anything, right? So keep it coming. Keep it coming. That's all I could say. All right, sorry, I was just checking some emails here to see if anything had come in. Once in a while, something comes in. They say, "Oh, I'm in the support session, but I couldn't type in the chat. Can you see if I can get this question answered?" But nothing in there from my email side of things at the moment. So that's that, as they say. Does Holly have settings that are customizable? It does not. The only things you can do with Holly is you can change the columns that you see here. So if you right click and come to columns, the right side is your bank of columns to choose from. Your left side is the ones that are selected. So if you wanted to add something from right to left, you click on it to highlight it and then click the button right to left and press OK. And that'll add that column. The only other thing you could do is you can put hypothetical share sizes in here based on a few different things. So let me duplicate this first just so I don't change my columns how I like them on my original here. And if we right click and come to columns, and this is alphabetical, so you can find shares, put that over here. I'm going to press OK. Now you can see shares here. Let me widen this out a little bit for you folks so you can see a little better. So we see shares here, and it's doing that, and it's based on this part of it here. This is where this comes from. Tools, options, AI trade size. And so right now I'm saying I want to risk $100 on every entry based on the stop. And so that's how it's share sizing according to that. So that if the stop price was hit on any one of these, I'd only lose $100. So this is how many shares I'd have to buy to have a max risk or max loss of $100 based on the stop prices. You could change that to just flat out shares. I want to buy 100 shares, or you could buy, whatever you want in dollar amount. I want to buy $1,000 worth of shares. I want to buy $500 worth of shares. I want to buy $2,374 worth of shares, whatever it is. And again, so to find that part of it would be, do you want to disregard your changes? Yes, I want to disregard the share. Tools, options, AI trade size, and you can do that there. And then you hit apply, and that would take care of that. And that's the only customizable setting in Holly that there is. I'll go ahead and close that back out. All righty, very good, very good. Moving forward. WISA, did I see that up over $7 a few minutes ago? Oh, I saw that it was up over $8. Gee whiz, I missed that one. That hurts, I'm not gonna lie. The odds of me having bought it on the price break, my price alert break, and holding it to here, I'm safe with saying 0% that I would have held it all through that, especially when you saw this here. But look, let's just say I bought it here, and let's say I sold it here. So if I got that much of a trade every time, I mean, could you imagine getting that much of a trade a few times a week? You didn't buy this, you didn't sell that, right? But you got part of that meat in the middle. That's the realistic thing to look for. Sure, once in a while you're gonna get your whatever you decided for your entry, and you're gonna maybe get out. You're gonna say, all right, I've taken a long ride, $8. I'm done up here around $8. Hey, you miss out on that top shot. Once in a while, a couple times a year, could that happen to some well-off, successful traders that have great trading plans? Sure, that could happen once in a while. Why not? But the odds of you ever doing that on a regular basis, I don't think are very high. The odds of me doing that on a regular basis are 0%. So I think the more realistic we keep things, the better off we will certainly be. So sorry, just saw some questions. I am unable to trade using interactive brokers via Trade Ideas. What can be wrong? It could be a number of things. If are your API settings correct? Do you have a firewall blocking things? Did you put in your strategy the broker account? There's a lot of stuff that could go wrong. I can't show, there's things I cannot show on screen here with it because it'll show account information and stuff like that with my broker, interactive brokers. But, if you're connected to it, what you could do here is come into, if you're using a strategy here, right click the strategy, edit trading strategy, and make sure you have an account selected here, right? And that it's got your Interactive Brokers account selected in there. On the position side of things, make sure you've got the account selected there. I'm connected to the simulator, not my Interactive Brokers account. But if I was connected to Interactive Brokers, that would be there like that. Those are the main things there. I don't know if you've gone over the user's guide section on that or not yet, but if you haven't, let me find a link for you to that. So that's the user's guide section for connecting the Interactive Brokers there. If you want to go over that, if you're still having trouble afterwards, email info@trade-ideas.com. And in the email, just maybe include, Chris in the live stream said that brokerage plus connections, aren't really workable live on screen because it's going to show off account information and things like that. Yeah, data subscriptions, all that stuff like that. So this is all stuff that I can, on screenshots, I can crop out my account information and send stuff over, but I can't really live troubleshoot brokerage plus stuff here regarding that. When are NFTs getting hot again? Oh, I don't know. When weren't they hot again recently, to be honest? I know you're playing around, but wasn't there like some NFTs that started doing some stuff again? I can't remember. I thought I saw something like that posted on Twitter. And I will forever call it Twitter. I'm never calling it X. Never. How can I set up AI long-term trades to alert me when entering a new trade? You just have to have it up and keep track of it. Mountain Monkey, there's no alert that comes with things that get put on there on the long-term AI. No way to alert saying, hey, I just popped on here. I just came on here like that. It's just watch and monitor it. You could even create your own symbols list as well to kind of coincide with what is on the long-term AI if you wanted. But no, there's no sound alert or anything like that that'll show that. Sorry to say. Whoops. So again, regarding the Interactive Brokers, those are the couple of highlights that I could hit right away on here. Outside of that, give me an email to that info@trade-ideas.com, and we'll see what we can do for you there. The other thing to do too is when you email me at info@trade-ideas.com, if you need to, before emailing me, go help, send files to support, and then email me telling me that you sent those files, and I can look at your logs and see what can or cannot be deciphered from those logs. Think we're caught up again. Maybe. I think we're caught up again. All right. If there's other questions, please keep those coming in for me. Let's see, AUUD. Who and what are you? Whoa! What a move! Not a bad 61% move from yesterday's close, and 69% nice from today's open. So it looks like this stock gapped down a bit, recovered, sold off, and then really kind of took off from there. So very nice move out of that. So I don't know, just maybe I'll pile through a few of these that have come through my races on top 10. SXTC, this one, pure insanity. I don't ever want to say something's an easy trader or something is a untradable stock, but if I was, picking untradable stocks, That'd be kind of tough. I feel like I can make a case for that one. BTTR, definitely a tough trader on this one here, right? Gap up, bottoming shadows, bottoming shadows, bottoming shadows, off to the races, topping shadow, topping shadow, topping shadow, and a sell-off. That's tough. Not a fan of stuff like that. I like cleaner charts. GOEV, much nicer, cleaner look. Especially when it did this move here and took off that, taking out that high of the day right here. Really just kind of went off to the races here. It's a much nicer looking setup and situation there, GOEV. Yeah, I don't remember any NFT tickers myself. I know there was a few out there. You know what? I think I remember one. W Key, was that one? I feel like W Key was one. Yep, this was definitely an NFT one. This was definitely an NFT one. I don't know if it ever did anything real crazy. Yeah, that was about it. I think that's it. Maybe back here, I guess, with the NFTs. So yeah, I guess it did do some crazy stuff. I don't know if there's a reverse split in this or not. Probably there was. W Key. Don't ask me how I remember that because I don't have an answer for you. But it's not something I'd be looking at right now. I mean, 25,000 shares traded on the day today. So blah. Okay. I talked about AUUD, PALI. Did we mention that? Did we talk about that? PALI. So big gap up, hasn't done much since, obviously faded. It started to kind of maybe look like it wanted to make a move up, rejected on that VWAP, and it's just kind of still sitting here under that $7 number for now. So rent, ain't nothing going on but the rent. So, this thing was a high flyer several days ago. Not a whole lot happening with that now. ZJYL. This is the chart. It's kind of a decent chart, clean chart, not too bad on these topping shadows, bottoming shadow there. Nothing like crazy, but it's only traded 900,000 shares with the 3 relative volume, and the spread right now is 7 cents. It looks like the volume's kind of really dried up at this point for the moment. So, but it did make a nice move, that's for sure. And that wasn't like that was an insane move in the sense of as it climbed towards 4, like, oh, these topping shadows, these bottoming shadows, making it a real tough trader or anything like that. So, cleanish on the chart, however, not so straightforward regarding liquidity and volume, I would say. ZJYL, INDO, this thing's been in play the last several days. Last few days, I won't say several. So let's see, Friday had itself a day in the sun. Yesterday again as well. Today putting in that inside day right now. Still plenty of volume and liquidity on it today, all things considered, from a downtick of these volume days here. Low float energy play. Energy has remained strong overall with the sell-offs that we've had going on. So, I don't know. $6 was psychological number. It was also right around the body of that candle. It was about the high of the day on Friday. So definitely a psychological barrier going on for that stock right there, though. But, it could be something you want to thumbnail and watch. AMC, my goodness, is that actually up today? Yeah, it's up after like 47 down days in a row. This stock's got to be like, what, 3 cents pre-reverse split at this point? Yeah, AMC ain't looking too good here. I haven't been to the movies in a long time. I mean, I guess people still go to the movies. I would just think that the stock, I don't think the stock should be $100 stock. I also, should it really be this beat up? I guess it should. I don't know. I don't know what their earnings are or anything like that. I don't pay attention to that. So I suppose I guess the chart says it's not an investable company. I guess maybe I loved going to the movies in the late 80s and all through the 90s. So, I don't really go anymore. maybe someday if movies theaters still exist and I have free time, I'd go again. So I just, besides the meme part of this and, the apes and all that stuff like that, I just found it intriguing that, something that's been such a staple of world culture in general for theater has found itself in such turmoil like this. But, as they say, the times, they are changing. I believe Bob Dylan said something like that once upon a time. Payphones, they went the way of the dodo. I guess perhaps movie theaters will too. So anyway, sorry. Lamenting, excuse me. Let's see, what else is there? So we kind of flew through all those. I guess we could look at other things that are moving now. We talked about AUUD. SAV I've seen on and off my scans for a while here. So interesting. So this was probably one of those times I saw it on there. And this is probably another. And this happened and this here. So not exactly liquid right now, that stock. But we've seen this thing do the crazy a few times, so you never know when it might be its day in the sun again. It's not something I'm personally watching or anything like that, but this stock is certainly great to cut both ways, long and short. And there are folks that just, enjoy having stocks like this thumbnailed, watching it, and when it starts to have its day, its move to the long and or downside, there's plenty of people that are watching. I want to participate in it when it's really, really cooking along. So PROK. Have we talked about PROK yet? No, we haven't. Again, not a whole lot of liquidity there. A little interesting here, coming from under $1.50 last week. Some volume had come into it. It's going to take out the volume from Friday for sure. That's a Thursday, Friday, Monday, and today. So that's certainly interesting. Pro Kidney. It's got to be something medical, clinical stage biotech company which engages in the development of proprietary cell therapy platform. Interesting. Let's see. It's got a lifetime high of $14. That's back here, and no, not even. That's only 13 and change. That's from August of last year, so I'm not even sure where we'd have to go to find that $14. That looks like back here in 2022. So anyways, sorry, just see it coming across the screen. You never know. It's only 600,000 shares now, but all of a sudden, you get a few more traders looking at it and saying, you know what, let me take a shot here. And all of a sudden you can see this thing start pushing up. So will it do it? I have no idea, obviously. Rivian. Ouch. 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 Yeah, I don't know what to say about the stock here. Obviously liquidity is plenty there. 34 million shares traded on it today, but it does not look like investors are a believer in this car manufacturer here, at least for now. So nobody knows what the future holds, but there it is anyways. Again, folks, we got a few minutes before I wrap up for the day here. Barry comes back and takes back over for the balance of the day. So if you have any questions for me, please don't hesitate. Don't be shy. Get those in here. Do my best to get those all answered before I wrap up for the day in this part of support. Of course, there's nothing else coming in. I guess, I think the last couple of sessions we did too much looking at the market here. So some things I would note here. First back-to-back loss weeks since the end of October. Well, it would probably, Chris, wouldn't it be a good idea to put up a weekly chart to show that? Yeah, you're right. It would be. Great idea. Duh, Chris. All right, apologies. We're working on third week red in a row. We'll see if that happens. Like I said, the last time that happened was the end of October, right here and here. And then we saw what happened after that. Is that going to happen now? I don't have a clue. Very well could. We could very well continue to pull back. It wouldn't be unreasonable for us to, make a deep pullback, right? On a daily chart, my multi-period 20 indicator, this is the first time I'm taking all these kind of step ups here. This is the first time we're taking a step down in a while. We'll see if it can hold that level there. I start to look at those step levels as if-then scenarios and where we could be headed if we continue to sell off. I would say this. I don't know that a whole lot changed in the world from here to here, right? And on this move down here, I don't know that a whole lot has changed in the world here. There was all kinds of geopolitical talks and risks that were going on in here, right? We continue to move up regardless. So that's not different from that. I don't think anybody in their right mind ever thought inflation was doing anything but continuing to go up just at a slower pace all through here when this started to go up. That hasn't changed through here. I know the quote market believe that the Fed would probably make a rate cut through here. There's not one person that I talked to personally that believed that was going to actually happen. I never believed that they would cut rates this year, outside if they do it for political reasons. So be it if they do. It is what it is. That is what it is. But if they want to quote win the fight against inflation, there is no way they could cut rates this year. Absolutely no way. So, none of that, nothing has changed from here to here, except for trader sentiment, right? You get this massive move like that. There's got to be some kind of pullback at some point. That's just the way the market works. Will it be a 7% pullback? Will it be a 12% pullback? Could we pull all the way into a bear market because it just becomes self-fulfilling? Could be yes to any one of those. So anyways, just some market thoughts there. Hayes, tell me about Alpha Trends AVWAP. So we have our Market Explorer. For those that are on the Windows download and either on the latest production version or latest beta version, it's an add-on subscription. It is not included with anything. I'm just going to bring out the Market Explorer window itself. I'm not going to open the full channel. But in the Market Explorer scans here, if you right-click, select strategy, you will see the AVWAP scans. And if you put on any one of those, you could start to click through them, and you'll see the AVWAPs auto-drawn on charts for you. And like anything else, it's a set of indicators. How you want to trade them's up to you. You could always, hit Brian up on Twitter if you wanted. He does have a book out there. I hesitate. Like I'd plug his book in the sense that Brian's just an awesome dude. He's been doing this forever. He's, no nonsense. And it's a great educational book if you're just into trading books in general. But if, the AVWAP isn't something that you're interested in, I'm speaking to the group as a whole, if the AVWAP's not something you're interested in, don't go running out and buy his book, right? But if you think this is something you want to do, it's something you want to use, it's something you want to participate in for your trading plan, you're looking for something, then I highly recommend going out and getting the book again. But if that's not something you're doing, no reason to go spend the money on the book then, right? That's an is what it is situation. But so, a lot of folks feel that AVWAP, it's really a deep level of footprints in the sand because it's price and volume together, and where traders are the most and least interested in stocks, right? Based on those price and volume metrics. Like every other indicator, it is lagging. The only indicator that is real time is price. That's it. But all the same, a lot of folks consider VWAP in general and the AVWAP, because humans have recency bias in their memories, for good or bad or indifferent, it is what it is, that the AVWAP can play a heavy role in this. So you could find something like this, all right, waste management here. We could see from this high and this low on the daily here, it's under pressure from the AVWAP up here. This continues to rise. And then we ask ourselves, can this push this below that, or can this push this below that, right? And so this starts to put these if-then scenarios into our heads, and we can formulate plans and management of trades accordingly from there. How do we know if we have the regular or beta version? If you are on 5.6.7, you're on the production version. If you're on 5.6.79, you're on the beta version. If you're on anything below 5.6.70, we would consider that a production version at this point. Even if it had been a beta at one point, it would now be considered a production version, a former production version, I should say. So again, to find what version of the software you're on, go help, about, and it'll tell you here under the versions. You could also do this for you folks here that want to make sure you're always on the beta. Tools, options, upgrade, and check all releases, not just production releases. So give me one second. I just want to put my earphones back in for when Barry comes calling. All right. So yeah, again, let me just go over that one more time. If you want to make sure you're always on the most current beta, tools, options, upgrade, make sure you have all releases selected, not production releases only. And that will get, and then save it, of course. And that will, anytime there's a beta release, you're new here on the menu bar, will turn a boldish green. And if you click on it, you'll see something that says upgrade to the latest beta or whatever it says. It'll say something about upgrading to the newest version of Trade Ideas. You got it, my friend. You got it. Let's see what, while we're here at the AVWAP stuff, there's other strategies. So there's a ton of strategies in here. They're mostly swing trading strategies. There's a couple of intraday ones here with the 15 and 30-minute pinches. Some people, AVWAP from an IPO, right? AVWAP from a volume spike on the daily, right? There's AVDL. And so we had this volume spike here, and we're auto drawing the AVWAP from there. And so, there's been times where people are like, oh, all these other platforms, they have AVWAP that I can use. Yeah, you could draw an AVWAP on any one of your charts with any version of Trade Ideas. That no one's stopping you from that. There's no add-on to that. You don't need premium for that. You do it with standard. What nobody else does is scan in real time and give you stocks like this that have an AVWAP reasoning behind them, and then auto draws it onto the chart for you like that. So, that's the difference between us and everybody else. Hood, what's good in the hood? So there's, big volume spike. Ain't that something? Big volume spike on a red day, and this thing was off to the races after that. Isn't that something? And look at this now. It's come all the way back down, exploded up and through that, right? Come all the way back down here, testing that. And then you ask yourself, market's pulled back. This is pulled back. What if the market starts to move back up again? Does this catch a bid back up again? What if the market starts to break down again? Does this break down below that AVWAP with the market? So some nice looks here on just a couple of those charts. For the record, I don't really use the AVWAP scans, and by don't really use them, I mean never. But I do like VWAP. It's one of the only indicators on my intraday charts. So I certainly like the VWAP. I certainly have done some Brian Shannon reading and taken a few excerpts from there regarding the VWAP over the last year or so. apply it to everything? Nope. But certainly willing to take a look and read at people that have come before me and are, generally speaking, much more smarter and much more successful than me.
How much more?
A lot.
Okay.
I don't know if it's quantifiable, but it's a lot.
But I will say this, Chris, you're the only one at Trade Ideas, of the 5 who spell me between 12 and 1, who pronounces the VWAP correctly. They all go VWAP.
Oh, I used to say VWAP.
I know.
But you've beaten it out of me.
Oh, man. All right, my friend. Well, listen, thanks for stepping in again.
Of course.
We will see you next week.
I see Pepe picked up on the more smarter.
Yeah, more smarter. There you go.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Barry. I'll catch you on the next one. Take care.
Okay, bye-bye. Of course, we cannot say more smarter. Okay, let me get into the other room. By the way, Pepe, I found some really good YouTube videos on how to eliminate, within reason, the anti-malware. So I will do that once this market is over for me. Let me get my music going. As I say, let me get, there we are. Okay. It truly is, William. It truly is, I mean, I get a little lazy sometimes because I think what it is well, no excuse, but I'm so darn tired once this is over. And then to try to, wade through all this stuff, trying to do, I just don't have the head for it, but I'll do it today for sure. Anyway, so we saw, actually, what I was looking at was this AUUD. Chris was talking about it. When he was in YouTube. And yeah, a whole mess of volume came in, but it just didn't hold. So yeah, I actually put an alert here at the high of, I guess, April the 9th, just to see if it was going to take it out. You can see what it did. It got right up into that area, installed. And I thought, man, if it can break through that, I mean, look left. Then it's got up to 568. So that's why I thought maybe, just maybe, all that volume that came in out of nowhere, I don't see any news on it, but it could not sustain it. Just couldn't do it. Now, we saw WISA. I don't know if it's completely over yet. I mean, I have an alert set up here around 750. 750. That's the high of the body of those 2 15-minute candles. And I want to see if it can break out later on. The volume is starting finally to tail off. You can see this. What time is it now? 102. Well, this just started. This candle just started. But the volume is starting to tail off a little bit. I mean, it's still traded 149 million shares today. This may be a record, guys. I don't know. I haven't been keeping tabs on all of this, but let me just do something here. Yeah, I don't know if this is a record, but this has traded the float so far. And remember, we haven't stopped yet. 107 times, 108 times today. I don't know if that's going to be a record, but that is, if it's not a record, it's going to be awfully close. 149 million. So what you do is you divide the float into the number of shares traded, and that is the float turnover. And man, oh man, oh man, why did I get rid of my CGEM? That turned out to be a gem. This is exactly what I wanted it to do in the pre-market. Okay. It just took a while. Son of a gun. So I did do a reboot of Trade Ideas while I was on break, and machine is quieted down a little bit. You guys were talking about Hawaiian Electric or Hawaiian Electric, yeah, yeah. You're right. It has still really never recovered, has it? I could look at a monthly chart, and I'm sure. Yeah. So unfortunately, this is when it all hit, and it has never recovered. Yeah. The only news I see for this one, and this happened after hours. Okay, yesterday. This is the news I see for this one. This happened after hours. Hawaiian Electric may initiate rolling outages. That was after hours yesterday. Didn't really see any reaction though. This BSGM guys, I know it had, man, another one, like, big pop up and then the complete pullback. BSGM. All right. So this one, guys, LGVN, it did show up. And I mean, God, it's got the room. And when you look left, it's got the room, 547, but it is very whippy still. And why? Well, look at the float, 906,000 in the float, or whatever the float is, it's going to be low. I always hesitate to say that is the float, but I know I've looked at this one before and that from that website, but let me check again. And they've got 3 million. So I mean, it's still very low. Okay. It is still very low. So there was some news here. Okay, I'm just reading here. So, to unveil their full Alzheimer's trial data at a major conference, potential catalyst for the stock to move. I don't think you're still in this, Shady, right? But GL looks like it's actually having a nice. I don't think you. I doubt if you're still in this. I know you were short earlier, but I'm sure that you must have been stopped out or took yourself out before. And that's the GL. So it's going to be so interesting on the 22nd when they come out with earnings, and then they're probably going to try to give a full rebuttal to the Fuzzy Pandas indictment of them. Okay, so there you go, guys. If you want William to keep the room open till 4 o'clock, all right, this is exactly what he's saying. He will keep the room open to 4:05 to 4:10. I'm going to take off at around 3. I'll always stay a little later if there are questions. If there are no questions, if he's the only one posting and all that for 5 minutes, he's going to shut the room down. So there, the gauntlet has been thrown down. Okay. No point in his keeping the room open if nobody's going to participate. No, I'm not talking about the day after Shady. Was there another one? No, that was what we call that a very mild rebuttal. Was there? Did they do another one? Happen to know? Okay, so in our YouTube room, happen to know if we can change the color of the. Well, they said we will deal with this later. I mean, that's sort of what I remember. Well, I think what they're going to talk about. Well, I don't know, Shady, what they're going to talk about, but there. So William, yeah, William put it as succinctly as I could have. Um, would I happen? So this is from our YouTube room. Would I happen to know if we can change the color of the symbol plus window, specifically the ticker color? It's too dark of green for me. I don't know what you're talking about exactly. The color of the symbol plus window. What symbol plus? Ah, that's something I don't use, so I don't even know where you find it. Um, that's in an alert window. I don't even know where you find this. Pepe, help me. Where do you find this symbol plus thing? I don't even use it. So is this in Michael? Is this in an alert window? Right click on the symbol. Okay. Symbol plus. Okay. Thank you again. I've never used this. I don't even know what it's going to do. Normal. Oh, I see. Okay. So are you talking about this green, or you're talking about changing this? My guess is no. I wouldn't even use it, to be honest. Like, is there any real reason for you're using it, Michael? Logo only, no logo, symbol and logo. Maybe use the symbol and the logo. I don't know, because you can change this now. You can change this, I believe. Anyway, you can change this color just by here, going into the properties and colors, bullish. Let me see if that's right. Yeah, so you can change if you want, if that's what you're talking about. But this is what I did. I went symbol plus and I said, well, let me go off. Okay. Symbol plus, logo only. So there's the logo here. I could have sworn it said, oh, there, symbol logo. So there's symbol logo. I don't know. Like, but I wouldn't even, to be honest, I've never even thought about using it. So Pepe says there is no way to customize it. All right, guys. Well, it's definitely having a nice little comeback. This is the best day I've seen for GL for a while. I mean, if only if this remains green. The big deal is somehow today, probably not today, but if tomorrow it takes out 61.41, the highs of those two daily candles. GCTs, Nestor in our YouTube room. Yeah, I mean, it's got a little bit of room, 70 cents or so to the next high, I guess, on the daily chart for GCT. It's not really trading anything abnormally, though. It's 0.84 relative volume. So that's one reason why it's not showing up anywhere for me. I'm just talking about a green candle, Shady, okay? There hasn't been a green can. I'm just looking for a green candle. That's all. Oh, yeah, of course, it's rallied a lot and a lot here, but I'm just talking about will there be a green candle today? That's all. All right, guys, what I'm looking for now is something new showing up in this relative strength window. Just looking for, don't know if I saw NVOS earlier. Let's take a look at NVOS. Oh, again, under a dollar. Okay. Just doing this for you guys who want to see stocks under a dollar. At some point, I may not do that. I may put a dollar or a dollar minimum in here. Up to you. Of course, you can change it. Stratasys. Okay. SSYS. Let's take a look at SSYS. All right. Making a little bit of a move, guys. 1029 is the next high looking left. A little bit of a move. Stratasys. So this was earlier into an agreement to be the exclusive polymer 3D printing partner of select additive technologies. So, Michael, the question again, though, is why do you use the symbol? You can change these colors easily. Okay. I mean, this is easy to change this. I wouldn't, why do you use symbol plus? Does it really matter? So, because you can change these colors really easily, the background, foreground, get it to where, to whatever you want, really. This is just an alert window I'm showing you. So, Yeah. So I mean, okay. So the other website that I like, okay, shows 3 million or 2 million or something. Let's see. Is Powell talking now? What time is it right now? 1:20. Yeah, he is talking at according to my economic calendar at 1:15. Yeah, you're right. So I don't know. Is Powell talking? He's scheduled to be talking at 1:15. So I don't know. It's 1:20 now, but doesn't appear to be any cold water poured on the market yet. Okay, Michael. Okay, in our YouTube room. Well, YouTube is only about 7 or 8 seconds behind. That's what it should be anyway. Talking to Michael in our YouTube room. Man, oh man, I almost feel like piling into the short again on CJAM. This has been really stupid of me for getting out of it. You know what? I'll tell you exactly why. I was getting so ticked off with my computer, and I was taking my break right around here. I said I couldn't handle it anymore. So, and that's the only reason I did it. And you can see there it is at 12 o'clock when I was taking my break, and it was right here. I said, man, oh man, what a nice move now from the high 27.63, 17 now. Okay, so he's just starting now, Casa. Okay, well, all eyes on the spy. Let's see. On the Canadian economy, what's he doing butting into Canada? Leave us alone. Another market to plunder. Well, you know what? I don't even look at the Canadian market at all, other than my one stock, and that's it. I have no idea. But of course, it's resource rich. Well, the LGVN, when I looked at it, it just was so whippy, though. You see, I mean, look how whippy it is. Look at these topping tails and a big sell-off. Got up to 360, closed down here at 317. So right now, I mean, it's just for me, it's just too whippy. I have an alert. I had an alert set up at this area right here, thinking if it could hold 360, doing all this, even if it just, it doesn't have to pile right through 360, but just kind of hold around the 360 mark and then move because, I know traders are looking at this, the 547, but for me, it's just way too whippy. I'll reset my alert now because I noticed that it's green right now. So I've reset the alert, see if it happens later, but right now it's just too whippy for me. Well, yeah, I mean, how much more to go here? 43 cents. So there's the low of yesterday, 1630 for it. And it closed here at 1656, which of course is 42 cents away. And that's the CGEM. So what appeared to be really good news, at the beginning of the day for this CGEM, it got up actually in the post market, it got up to what, 2047 or so. At 9:15, it got up to what, 2062, and that it's pulled all the way back down to 17. So I see AMC is having a bit of a recovery. Remember, this is a 27-cent stock. I'm always going to call it a 27-cent stock. They did a 1 for 10. So this would be like 28 cents before they did it. But, no, I mean, it's trying. I mean, maybe if it gets over 3 tomorrow or something, I don't know. I don't know if there's any news on it today. WISA guys, WISA, WISA. Keep your eyes peeled on this, okay? This takes out this high right there at 752. This could get running. There's the high of the day is up at 861. Just give me a moment. Just because I put WISA up, my computer is now. This takes out this 750, guys. I mean, this could have another. This could have a late day run. Could have a late day run. I'm just looking at the highs of the bodies of those two 15-minute candles, and then the attraction for traders will be, could it get close to that 861, which is the high of the day? And 852 actually is the other than today's high, is the high looking left on the daily chart. I mean, it may not. I'm not anticipating it's going to. I'm not taking the trade now. I just want to see if it takes that out. Volume is not bad. I mean, the volume is still pretty decent here. Watching, because this could, of course, just explode through. So I've just got to be prepared on this one for the WISA. Yeah, sound working. SOUN. I can't remember when you got in, but SUN over 4. I see. I have it thumbnailed. So this is another 15-minute candle starting. So we're at 130 now. So let's see if the volume. Look what happened though. See if the volume can keep picking up. Oh, so Powell is talking. Well, we know he's talking, but evidently he must be saying something the market's not liking. Just shut the up. Jeez. Well, Powell is talking, BHT. Jay Powell is talking, sort of talking. He's been talking for a bit, but I don't know. Whatever he's saying, the market's not liking it. He's probably saying again, no interest rate reductions. I don't know what he's saying. I don't. Somebody's probably listening. Pepe William, you might be listening. It's just so nonsensical that these guys have to talk every single flipping day. I said flipping. Anyway, can't do anything about it. I actually don't think I've ever heard him talk. I have no idea. I don't even know what he looks like. Not missing anything. But, I mean, it's always good to know when they are talking, though. And that's why, I post this now every day, the economic calendar. So now we've got another. Who's talking next? Is it still market hours? No. So he's the last guy market hours. But, Barkin talked at 1 o'clock. Williams talked at 12:30. Whatever they said didn't really affect the market. But he comes on and, well, whatever he's saying is definitely affecting the market. Wait a moment here, guys. We have this MITech now. Wow, that's actually a pretty. It's probably moving with the market. MITK. It's an earnings play. I know it was from the AI earlier, also. Actually, got stopped out though. Okay, you can see it got stopped out. But look at it now, and this is MITK. But it's probably just it's moving kind of with the market. But there was the alert at 1379 earlier. Got stopped out. That's what I'm saying. Use this like a watch list. Okay, it was early, got the stop hit, and then but after that, I mean, it's been moving now fairly steadily from the stop price. Well, I stubbornly still going to keep an eye on this WISA. I don't think it's not going to care what the market's doing. Okay, now what is he saying? Never mind. This is so funny. I mean, look at this huge bottoming tail. Okay, I was just kidding, guys. Whatever I said, I was just kidding. I mean, we shouldn't joke around because if you're long something that is kind of, dependent on the market, you just got probably taken out of your position and almost for no reason. Okay. Because now it's right back up, at least, for a while. And that's the problem I have. There you go for Pepe. I mean, I'm just not typically in things that are so dependent on what the market's doing, but it would drive me crazy if I were. Excuse me, guys. Just a minute, guys. I'm just going to put myself on mute. Sort of an interesting internal discussion. I just want to follow. Okay. I'm going to put myself on mute for a bit. Right, guys. I'm now back. Now look at the man, oh man. I mean, this is craziness. So, oh, this is the candle. Okay, that is the candle that was red all the way down here, and now trying to close green. Another minute and 10 seconds left for this candle to close, which basically says, never mind, for a while anyway, as if it didn't really happen. You know what, guys? Believe it or not, WISA is setting up not badly. It hasn't had the massive pullback yet. I still have a feeling. I don't know if it's going to happen, of course, but if it can ever get over 750 again, it could go on a run. I'm not guessing it's going to, therefore I'm not taking the trade now. And it may not. I mean, it may just, go right back down to $4. But, it's just kind of moving in this area right now. If you get some enthusiasm back, enthusiasm meaning a bunch of volume, could power through and then maybe take a run at the high of the day. But I'm not guessing it's going to. That's why I've got a price alert up in this area. If it doesn't get there, I'm not taking it. AMC, let's see, is AMC even showing up here? It is not. I don't think it is. Oh, there it is. Yeah, AMC is there. So it's up 15%. Yeah, I mean, it's having a nice day. There's no question it's having a nice day. Um, you know, that is a big, big level for it to try to take out, is the three level. Is that a dig perfect circle? There's the 10 SMA right there. Ha ha. But it is incorporating the pre-market data though too. So I don't know if that would be exactly the one that Steve has. Yeah, Captain, I have not been to a movie in a long time. I think I went to see Top Gun, which I think, deserve going to a theater. There's only a few movies that, for me anyway, my opinion, and I'm so fed up with all the Marvel stuff and the superhero stuff that, so that doesn't interest me. But again, maybe I'm the wrong demographic. So there are very few movies that I think warrant going to the theater for me, for me. Again, my opinion only, of course. All right, guys. Well, 148. So yeah, things have slowed. Well, TW, son of a gun. You know what? I mean, look, TWG could come back tomorrow. Okay, so I've got a couple of alerts set up for it. But yeah, I mean, this is a China IPO. Did absolutely zip. No, he doesn't. Actually, Shaw, he doesn't. He does not take into a consideration pre and post. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. He doesn't. We've talked about that. So if a stock has really traded a lot in the pre-market, it could affect that SMA. He doesn't take into effect. Well, at least he doesn't have the pre and post market on his chart. Anyway, it doesn't look like it's going to happen anyway. It might be a moot point. So, I mean, if I got rid of right here, let's see what would happen. I don't know if that affects it. I don't know if that's the thing that affects it. But let me see. 648 right there, and Pepe probably going to be able to tell me. I'm going to right click, and I'm going to properties. I'm going to get out of the yeah. So there must be something else, right? Because I mean, now I don't have the post market, but I'm still. How about pre market or post market? Yesterday. See, that line remains exactly the same. So I don't know what actually changes because I don't think when you create this that you have the option that says, okay, I want the 10 SMA on my chart and only look at market data as opposed to pre-market data. Unless I, yeah, you know, Pepe, because I don't see this changed at all. This line changed just because I got rid of the pre and post. I agree. It should Shaw, because I mean, there's a lot of volume, quite a bit of volume for WISA in the pre-market, but I didn't see this line change unless I'm just not quite understanding. If I don't think there is an option. I mean, there's no option that says, okay, don't include pre-market data. So I don't know. I don't know how it works. Well, maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Perfect. Maybe they doesn't incorporate all this, which is fine. That's fine. I don't care. I just want to see the pre-market. I just want to see the pre-market on my chart, and I want to see the post-market also on my chart. So maybe that's it. Maybe it doesn't incorporate any of the other than the 9:30 to 4 o'clock data. Maybe that's it. You know what? I'm going to ask that question. With the premium, no. Cafe, no. The only difference between premium and standard, really, I mean, okay, there are maybe 3 main differences. The main difference, of course, is the AI, okay? So that's the main difference. People take our premium service because they wanna have access to the AI. Now, if you wanna have more charts, 20 charts instead of 10, premium has 20, our standard has 10, and if you wanna be able to, back test your strategy using, our back tester, then that's a premium service. Other than that, no, there's no more data. You cannot access any more data. All the data is the same. There's a question in our main room, okay? 100% captain. 100%. It's not the movie theaters, it's the movies, exactly. It's kinda what I was saying. I mean, anyway. Envy, guys, ENV. Man, oh man, is this an all-time, it is not an all-time high, no. Wow, look at this move though. This morning from 55 up to 60, $5 move. That line you see here, that would, if I could expand this daily chart, that would be the next high looking left on the daily chart. Didn't really see it. I don't know why. 3.85. So certainly the relative volume was good. I'm not see if I see it here anywhere. I know why. Well, I probably see it right. No, boy, this one is just on nowhere. Vuzi, VUZI, another. It's an earnings play, just getting kicked on earnings. Well, not kicked, and it's down 4%, a nickel, but really, don't want to lose sight of this WISA, guys. WISA, don't want to lose sight of it, just in case it takes us out. Time is it right now? 1:59. So the volume, I mean, the volume is starting to taper off, though. Croc, PROK. I think Chris was talking about that in the YouTube room. Man, what a 3-day, 4-day run this has been on now. A dollar, so the $1.45. We're at 250 now. Pro kidneys. Who's not pro kidneys? Hmm. All right. So there you go. So yeah, so it looks like okay, so that's why I can have so this line is only market hours, even though it appears in here. So that's fine. So the SMA only somehow calculates market hours, even though the line is showing up in the pre-market. But see, the thing about this, the tree map is that this is just staring at you all day long. The Y-set is just staring at you all day long. So that's why it's basically saying, don't forget about me. I mean, something may happen. Yes, you guys are talking about Boyle and UNG. So we're going to see giant candles one way or the other. Yeah, look at Boyle. Nat gas firms fall as lower demand forecast weighs on prices. Now that was a while ago. I'm seeing that kind of a headline before 1 o'clock, and we're at 2 o'clock now. All right, guys, I will now talk a little bit about our test drive that's coming up. Oh, it's Tuesday, so it starts on Friday. All right, so I just clicked on the test drive link. So it's a test drive plus contest link. Okay, so this is what it is all about. I'm going to scroll down a little bit. So the test drive starts on Friday. That is April the 19th. We'll start getting data at 4 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, in the morning, of course, and it will stop. The test drive will be over on Monday, April 29th at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. That'll give you about 10 days with trade ideas. Okay. It'll cost you $7.77. We don't do this very often anymore. We used to do it 4 times a year. We only probably do it about 3 times a year, if that. So it's a good opportunity to try us out. And so if you have our standard service, and what happens is you'll have access to the full premium service of Trade Ideas. Now, if you have our standard service and you want to get upgraded for those days to take advantage and take a look at our AI, you can do so. We'll upgrade you. You'll pay the 777. We'll upgrade you. Now, when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. Look at the WISA guys. Look at the WISA. Yeah, give me a moment. Ooh, it's getting close. It's getting close. All right, let me continue. So, nothing for you to do. When the test drive is over, it's over. We don't put you into a subscription, okay? Now, please listen carefully. If you are signing up now, you basically what you're doing, you're pre-registering. You'll get no data until Friday. So please don't sort of uh, strong a word, but harass our support people saying, "Hey, I just signed up. Where's my data?" Please read. It doesn't start until the 19th. Okay. Now, one caveat: if you have a Mac or you're trying to use it on a tablet, you will not have access to Brokers Plus. Okay, so Just want to let you know that this is a PC-based program. If you have a Mac and you're willing to use an emulation program like Parallels or something like that, then you can, download the program, or if you use Amazon Web Services. Now, we're also having, at the same time, we're having our famous contest, Tuesday to Thursday inclusive, okay? Give me a moment, guys. Oh, wow. I'm glad I took that moment. I was all set to take it, but now it's popped right back down. So I better reset my alert. Wow, I was all set to take that one. Luckily, I was doing what I was doing. Could come back though. See if the volume picks up again later. Okay, so the contest starts on the Tuesday, runs to the Thursday. Whoever makes the most money in those 3 days, cumulative, of course, will win a $2,400 Amazon gift card. Okay. If you're a premium subscriber, you are automatically entered into the contest. You don't have to partake in the contest, but you'll have access to entering into the contest if you're a premium subscriber right now. If you're a standard subscriber, it'll cost you the $777. Of course, for that, you'll also get access to the full premium service. Plus, you can enter into the contest. Okay. Now, I have been told, and what time is it now? 2:07. I have been told. I'm going to find out definitively, though. Give me a moment. Okay, but I've been told that we'll have a version of our Brokerage Plus available. So if you have a Mac or you're using a tablet, you'll be able to place trades in the for the contest, all simulated trades, of course. Okay, that's what I've been told. How is this contest different from the previous ones? Well, the last one was a short only. The one before was long only. You can go long or short. There are some slight differences, but other than that, really not that much of a difference. So I mean, you're not gonna. I mean, the last one you could only go short. It was a short only contest. The one before was a long only. Now you can go long or short. There are some other little differences, but basically just go out there and trade. You can't trade anything under $1. Okay. Next, my homepage. Actually, I think it's only going to be 100,000. Okay, and not 400,000. It's only be 100,000. So not the the marginal, not 400,000. So it'll be look at the market now, guys. Holy smokes. Craziness, isn't it? Absolute craziness. Sorry, Pepe. I mean, I feel for anybody who got nailed because of this. And now look what's happening as if it didn't even happen. Wow. Hmm. Okay. All right, guys, I've just been told that it will not be available. It doesn't look like this what I was talking about, I'll call it B plus light, brokerage plus light, will not be available. So listen, if you've got a Mac and you want to get into the contest, unfortunately, unless you're willing to use an emulation program, you can't do it. Okay. If you're trying to do it on a tablet, you can't do it. You need to have access to this program called Brokerage Plus. Okay, which is only available if you're using our downloadable application. Okay, so sorry about that. I'm just got the word now. So again, unless you're again willing to use an emulation program and you have a Mac, but if you're not, then and you want to enter the program, the contest, then don't do it. Okay, well, I can give you a series of videos, Naveen. Okay, so on my homepage, if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down till you see Trading 101, okay? There are no shortcuts, okay, to trading. So this is a series of videos. It's all free. As basic as you can get the first one, like what is a stock, okay? But there are 38 videos. And that's what I would start off by looking at, okay? If you're new to day trading or new to trading and day trading. My number one goal, of course, as I say all the time, if I'm day trading, and I'm always looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. That's my number one goal. This screen right there tells me the stocks that are trading abnormally. I have some other scans that I do look at, but if I only had this one, that would probably be enough because I'm only looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. Abnormally meaning, a stock that's up 300%. Obviously, that's trading incredibly abnormally. The relative volume is 808. What does that mean? It's trading 808 times normal than it would normally do up to this time of day. So, but you've got to practice. We've got a simulator that you can practice in. It uses our real-time data. But you can take a look at that series of videos, okay? You might not have, I mean, if you've been trading before, you might not have to look at them all, but you want to be able to understand how to read a chart. So let me just go over this. So I'm not sharing this on my homepage. I can give people this if they want. Um, the problem, I say every time, I know this is a top list window. If I right click on it, if you do not have that option that says show tree map, then you will not be able to see a display like this. It'll look like this, just a normal grid. So if you want to see it like this, you have to have this option that says show tree map. How do you get that option? It's pretty simple. Give me a moment. Give me one moment, please. So, in order to have that, okay, that option that says show the tree map, you must, if you scroll up from my homepage, click on the download link, and then you need to download the beta. Okay, the beta is fine. If you want to take out a subscription right now, Barry 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos, take you about half an hour to go through all the videos. Trading 101, as I was saying, if you're new to trading, great free resource, whole series of videos about, and you can, if you don't know how to read charts right now, then this is, I think, a very, very good, instructive series of videos. Daily stock of the video, daily stock of the day video that I do. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Big education section is here. And again, all I ask, you want to take out a subscription, please use my code. This is a free room. The way we keep it free is when you use my promo code, the room gets credit. Okay. And that's how we keep the room free. And here are my scans. Okay. Here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them. What I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Okay. Well, excuse me, update on it. Well, it'll have to get back up here again. Now, whether it does or not, I don't know. I mean, I have to admit, I was all set to take this. And then it just dropped. So I mean, listen, if it gets over 7 again, 721, I may, depending on the volume, I may take a look at it. I didn't say anything about TWG actually. I only have some price alerts set up in this area up here. See if it happens tomorrow or the next day. Sort of soured on these IPOs out of China, though. The ones that seem to be the good ones seem to be the ones out of Singapore. So this is one out of China. Look interesting because the IPO was priced at 4. So you can see it did get up to 550. So there was some enthusiasm, but it just right from the get go, it's just been dropping all day. So I'm not sure I've seen this one before. ALXO. Now, why is it interesting? Well, if you look left, look at all the room it's got 1560. So I don't know what the story on this one is. 3.9 times normal volume. I don't know if there was some Rating reiterated by Cantor Fitzgerald. I don't know if they're a partner then with Roche, because when I'm clicking on them, I'm seeing where they have a similar drug or something. So Cantor Fitzgerald reiterates overweight. Okay. Wainwright's put a $20 price target on them. Just looking to see if there's any. They had some news on the 9th. That's a while back. What's the date now? 16th. So that's last week. Yeah, I do put new symbols in LP. Yeah, I do. I should I should get rid of some, but I do put some new symbols in daily into that watch list that you were talking about. Well, time is it now? 2:21. Jeez. This is just this is just ridiculous. Okay. Well, nothing we can do about it. Market is what the market is. All right, GCI. Let's see GCI. Is it doing anything that's remotely interesting? GCI. Big float. 141 million in the float. So yeah, it's going to take a bunch to move it. I don't see anything that interesting. It came up on a scan, so that's why I clicked on it. Yeah, you're right, Curtis. Okay, CUDA, you put it in the general market talk. Okay, not specific stocks only. Thank you. So that's why we have the tabs. Okay. Well, I am just not. I mean, I still have an outside shot at this WISA. I've just seen it happen too many times. So we're going to see if it can get back over 7 with some volume. And that'll be it. It may not happen though. It looks like this is about it. I think it just sort of did everything it could. It got up to 786 and then it said, nope. No, no, but could it do, okay, that's fine. That's fine. I see what you're saying. That's fine. People look at the general market talk too. Well, all kidding aside, I mean, this GL has not been affected by the market at all. Seriously. It's going to be interesting. I mean, tomorrow, if it takes out these highs right there, you go on a recovery run. That's why I have my alert set up in this 6141 area. I mean, this might be a last gasp before the big fall, but we won't know until tomorrow. Meanwhile, Bitcoin, I see, is around 62,000, 62.6. NTRS, let's take a look at this one. I mean, man, again, all these bottoming tails, topping tails. This is actually an earnings play. There's my computer talking to me. There's Morgan Stanley had earnings. Okay, so that was the reason. I think that's been in the news for quite a while, though, hasn't it? For the ENV, been a very active stock. Well, the fun thing about trading, guys, is you never know what's going to happen tomorrow. You never know if there's going to be another WISA tomorrow. Probably will be. It's a matter of trying to, well, we'll find it. It's a matter of trading it. I guarantee we'll be able to find them, and it's a matter of trading it. I mean, there's the wise that just, I mean, I did my video on this one today just because it was kind of interesting to me. I had the alert at 9:40. That's the earliest alert you're going to get from the AI. 277. Of course, it got way above that at one point. It was up to 8 something. But if you missed it the first time, look at that. Almost an hour later, another strategy picked it up. You could have got it at just over 3. So pretty interesting with the WISA today from our AI. But it looks over now. It looks really over now. Yeah, it was on the list. For sure it was on the list. I mean, it's hard to miss it in the pre-market. Though it's funny, I almost completely disregarded it. It is on my list, but it is third from the bottom. When I was writing all this down, and I almost completely and utterly disregarded it because okay, it did a reverse split, 1 for 150. What could possibly happen with it today? Well, but you can see it had a little bit of a move in the pre-market right there. There's a tan area, and then the alert from our AI was right here. Actually, that opening 15-minute candle right at 9:40, 277. So it caught it really, really early. And before it really pulled back at all, I mean, really, before it really pulled back that much, it got up to 860. Now, there were some topping tails here, but anyway, it looks like it's over now. Forget about the exit, Prague. Forget about the exit. I mean, you got the entry, the two alerts. One was at 277, and one was at 302. Forget about the exits in terms of because if you had just looked at the AI, it exited at 302. Why would anybody do that? Okay. But some algo, that's why I say forget about that. If you want to pay attention to the stops, okay, but manage the trades on your own. We give you the entry. You don't have to get in right at the entry. Look what happened. I mean, 302 277 was one entry, 302 was another, almost an hour difference. I think there are going to be very few, maybe center point, maybe some of those will have shorts available. But typically, the day of a big reverse split, typically there are no shorts available. Okay, there's certainly no shorts available for me to Interactive Brokers. Now, those of you, anybody out there with center point, there might be some shorts available, I guess, but typically on the day of a reverse split, there are very few brokerages that are going to have shorts available. Casa, how about Questrade? You're going to tell me Questrade has shorts available for what WISA? And I'm sure the fee rate will be pretty high. Well, okay, guys. Well, here is one that is trying. Okay, the LGVN. Ah, man, but it's hard to look at. Look at all these topping tails and bottoming tails. It's hard to take it seriously. I mean, it may run now. I had an alert set up here. The only reason is because when you look left, it's got a ton of room. But boy, just look how choppy it's been. Okay, thank you, Mohammed. Yeah, I didn't think so, but sometimes Quest Rate surprises me when it has shorts. Okay, Ash says the same thing. Yeah, I don't even, maybe center point, maybe anybody with center point, maybe they've got shorts. All right, guys, 2:37. So I'll probably hang around for another 10 minutes or so. Good time to ask questions if you have any. You want to talk about the contest or the test drive or my scans. Yeah, this is going. Yeah. The volume is coming in, but I just don't have the confidence. The volume is definitely coming in though for the LGVN. Where is better? Right? It should be here. Oh, there it is. Better, bitter, better. Yeah, you're right. It is coming out. You're right. I mean, a little bit of volume peaking here. I mean, it got up to 933, you guys. It got up to in the pre-market. Yeah, 915. It got up to 933. Even market hours, it got up to 917. But it's an well, I'm going to say it was a spread is tightened a little bit, but still not a great spread. 684, 697. Boy, oh boy. I mean, if I, I mean, it's just this, the traction up here, $9. Even if you look left on this 15 minute, it's 740 or so for the BTTR. Very low float, of course, 430. Well, it's going to be a very low float. We have 430,000 in the float. And the other website has 750. So, I mean, it's in the ballpark. So, yeah, that's extremely low float, less than a million in the float. Okay, guys. So, William will keep the room open until 4 o'clock. When I leave, with this caveat though, if he keeps the room open and he's the only one posting after 5 minutes, then he's going to shut it down. Okay. So, no point in him just talking to himself. Yeah. So, another one that did a reverse split on March. So, Casa saying a 1 for 44 reverse split for, for better on March 21st. So, less than a month ago. Just right click. You have to have the latest beta paradox. Okay. The latest beta. So, any top list window, if you right click, if you don't have that option that says show tree map, okay, so there's the grid, typical top list window. Right click. If you do not have that option that says show tree map, you have to download the latest beta. If this were earlier on in the day, man, oh man, this would be so enticing. This BTTR. Okay, guys, I think I'll shut myself down. Okay, so I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Sorry, the main room link in our YouTube room. So if you want to head over and still chat about stocks, etc., here is the link to get into the main room. Okay, and I'll get on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time in the morning, of course. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.